Thank you. The committee is out of recess, and while we were in recess, we were experiencing some technical difficulties. I think we should be better today, because I think we were able to change the box within the past 5 minutes. So we should be up and running, and we shouldn't have any issues. But let's go back to this. Let's wrap up this conversation. We took a break so we could huddle, so we could understand it. So, of course, this is, in fact, no fault of the Department of Labor. It is the discussion that we've been having with our concerns with the information that has been presented in the budget book and the appearance of double counting of the numbers. So you have the general fund, and then you have items that are general fund, but they are special to that respective department, so they carry a different code. Right, Mr. Wells?
Correct.
Okay, so break it down for me, and then we could have Mr. Malloy, because basically we're asking for the justification of the 1.1, I think it's like 1.13. It fell out of my calculator, but it's $1.13 million. So just a quick justification, and then I think once you provide that justification, we'll all understand the additional $1 million plus.
Director of Business Administration, Maurice Wells. So the increase is inclusive of the M2454, formerly known as the GIF operating budget, is embedded in our local monies. And the categories that were inflated the most are professional services, travel, and training. Under the professional services, we have some big contracts to include.
Just give me a total. We don't need the specifics.
You don't need a total?
No, just give me the.
So
It could be a rough number, because I know that
the rough number is 800
Okay.
and 870,000. And then, like I said, the other two are training and then travel. That is our account of the increase in other services.
Yeah, but in talking to the commissioner, he shared something else. He shared that you could go ahead, Mr. Malloy.
In
So you
terms
could understand.
of the, I'm sorry, Gary Malloy, Commissioner of the Department of Labor. In terms of the training area, we have funding set aside there for specifically for work-based learning. And what we included there in my testimony when I talk about the customized training, incumbent worker training, those that lead up to registered apprenticeships. We've been having challenges with the business community. Apprenticeship programs are employer driven. And so we put some funds in there for training to be able to help subsidize those employees or those candidates that would be with those employers. So that's part of the increase there, to help subsidize the apprenticeship side of the house.
Okay, so we can put this to bed. I'm going to ask the Department of Labor to provide to this committee the clear breakdown, the complete breakdown of the proposed other services and charges category for fiscal year 2025. And I want you to also provide us, likewise, for your 2024 other services and charges category. And clearly it's rolled up, so it's fine to provide it to us in a roll-up manner. When it comes to the unemployment insurance contributions, etc., just clearly lay it out as that. You don't have to get into the details of the other things that's associated with it. So we could be clear on how to lay this out in a 25 budget, but we need to clearly understand what is what. Okay, so why are we paying for work-based learning direct from the general fund now?
With work-based learning, we get federal dollars to be able to subsidize those programs that you have to qualify, and they have to lead to a nationally registered certification. If they fall out of that or fall out in areas that don't fall within those identified categories, we cannot utilize the federal funding for that. So this is an area where we had the community development block grant funding, we had some flexibility. We saw that we were able to address more individuals. So with the federal funding, for example, we were able to address maybe 100 people with the combined money from the community development block grant. With the same amount of period, we're able to affect close to 700 or 800 people. So we recognize that we needed to find a way to subsidize some of those programs that fall out, that's not identified in the federal guideline.
And the funding that you previously received from the Casino Control Commission, how do you, do you still receive those fundings? And if you do, how do you utilize those funds?
The funding for the Casino Commission was specific to help the Jobs for America's graduates program, the JAG program. And we received our last check this last, is it maybe March? Our last check. And so that funding is no longer available to us. So we're gonna have to be able to subsidize that. And so this funding is also based, because it's work-based learning, it has the flexibility to be able to help fill some of the gaps in that program as well.
Okay, understood. All right, thank you, Senator DeGraff. You're recognized for your point of information, and then we're going to go to Senator Javon James, Sr.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So in regards to what I mentioned about a 44.5% bump up on the fringe, so the clarification is that it was all rolled up into the aggregate of the 13 million plus. Director Wells, so you could just...
Yes, Maurice Wells, the overstatement you are referencing is already a part of the 30 million ceiling.
Okay, thank you for the clarification. Thank you, Madam Chair.
All right, thank you. So just to make sure that we're good on that, because it is creating some issues. So the numbers that we're seeing in the budget book is actually showing us, I think it's 19 million, because there's an additional 6 that's kind of hovering around, but it's already included in the 13. So the number is 13. All right, Senator Javon James, you're recognized for your 5 minutes.
Greetings to the people of the U.S. Thank you, Madam Chair, for the time.
Ah, boy.
Commission.
Oh, boy. 1 second. Could you hold the senator's time? Start over his time. Let's try it again, Senator James.
Greetings to the people of the U.S. Virgin Islands. Thank you, Madam Chair, for the time. My question is to Commissioner Gary Malloy. Page 16 of 23 of the post-audit report speaks to Workforce 180 LLC Consultant Services. That's the type of service. And it ends March 31st, 2024. Funding source, federal. So my question to you, will you be continuing with the consultant services, or has it completely ended?
Thank you for that question, Senator. This contract is with the board, the Workforce Development Board, and I would have to think that they would continue it. So but right now, as far as we know, that they're planning to continue it.
And what they were mandated to do?
So they provide supportive services, whether it's consultation to the board for WIOA, Workforce Innovation and Opportunity Act consultation in terms of making sure that things are in line with the federal requirements, as well as some other specific tasks that are outlined in the contract. I'll have to default to Attorney Christian Hendrickson.
The contract ended March 31st, 2024. Did that company provide a report, the consulting services, for the work that they have done?
I'll let Assistant Commissioner Legal Counsel.
Nisha Christian Hendrickson.
Yes or no? Yes or no? Yes or no?
Nisha Christian Hendrickson, Assistant Commissioner Legal Counsel, yes, from my understanding.
Through the chair, I would like to request that report to make sure that we're getting the bang for our buck. Getting the bang for our buck for the Workforce 180 LLC Consultant Services that is doing business with the Workforce Development Board. And I see here we're on page 15 of the post-audit report, Arbor E&T LLC, $1.6 million, type of service, one-stop operator, and is ending June 30th, 2024. Do you plan to renew that as well?
Again, that's another contract, Senator, with the board. That is the Equus Workforce Solutions that is currently working with as a partner with us within the Department of Labor. So that is the contracted services.
Yeah, but it's going to end June 30th, 2024. Or are you going to renew it?
The board has the responsibility to be able, it has to be put out via RFP based on the federal requirement.
And who within your group or department who oversees these federal grants? Which position is that?
The Director Milligan is our Director of Federal Grants, but this is one of those areas where, with the WIOA funding, how it's set up, the vital Department of Labor is the recipient of the funding, and the board has oversight of the funding for adult, youth, and dislocated workers. So this contract is designed for the adult and dislocated worker services side of the house.
3 things I'm trying to accomplish here: transparency, so we can know exactly what's going on here. Number 2, to know who to hold accountable. And number 3, to make sure that as we roll over into FY 2024, to see which contracts, even though it's federal or local, will be renewed. Because once we're done with these budget hearings, and this contract finishes June 30th, 2024, we need to be in the know to know if it's going to be renewed. Hence why I asked those questions. And then I see here for the leased properties, the term ends September 30th, 2024. I know this body passed legislation to provide a permanent housing, which is the same facility, if I'm not mistaken, right? That you're using right now? Or is it something differently? The Castle Cokie Leasing Inc. is different from where you're at right now, right?
Yes, Castle Cokie is in St. Croix, and I think you're talking about St. Thomas location.
No. Okay, the St. Thomas location is the one you're trying to buy out, right?
Yes, Senator.
Okay, stand
1
corrected.
minute.
And then I see September 30th. Okay, all right, I'll move right along. All right, the Apprenticeship and Training Division. That's on page 9 of the post-audit report. I see it's funded at approximately $208,000, and it had an increase in personnel and fringe benefits. And I saw where you have 2 positions funded. Can you speak to those 2 positions? What are those 2 positions?
The position is the director, and then there's a workforce development professional, I believe. Director Allen, if you can, those positions.
No need to say any more. This Apprenticeship and Training Division is a legislative mandate. And I would like to ask you, since it's a legislative mandate, do you have the adequate amount of resources to carry out the apprenticeship and training mandates in the VI code? Yes or no?
No.
Time.
Okay, so do you have an assessment of what you really need to carry out the program? Yes or no?
Yes, we do, Senator.
And through the chair, I would like to request that assessment to make sure, probably not this fiscal year, but eventually in phases, we can be able to beef up that section or that division to make sure that our young men and women do have the opportunity to be trained and certified and to transition into the workforce. My time was called. Thank you, Madam Chair, for the time.
Thank you, Senator James. You had something you wanted to add?
No, I just wanted to say that it is legislative, but it's also tied to our federal guidelines. We do have an office. What we did is we combined youth and apprenticeship because at the time we did not have enough traffic to be able to have a separate office of apprenticeship. But really and truly, the U.S. Department of Labor would love for us to have a separate office of apprenticeship.
Thank you for your response. Let me take this opportunity to recognize non-committee member who's here with us today, Senator Kenneth L. Gittins. Thank you for being here, Senator, and good morning. Senator Carrion, you're recognized for your point of information.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Commissioner, hearing the previous colleague a question about some of the vendors that you clearly stated that fall under responsibility of the board, is there any measure in place for accountability purposes? Because I just didn't fit right with me hearing your response delegating, I should say, that the responsibility falls only on the board, but your office, your department receives the fund. What is that work relationship like, and what accountability measures are in place in order to ensure that these funds are used timely and appropriately?
Thank you for that question, Senator. Based on the Workforce Innovation Opportunity Act of 2014, WIOA, it's heavily focused on the workforce development boards and making sure that work-based learning initiatives are there. So there's a mandate to have a workforce development board in place that has 27 members, 51% must come from the private sector, and that board has regular meetings, and I'm a member of the board, and has regular meetings, and decisions are made based on how oversight over the funding that the Department of Labor receives, those federal funding. So it's part of the mandate. So you can't have access to the WIOA funding without having the board in place.
Okay, so you're a member of the board?
Yes, I am.
Oh, so you understand, so you are aware what's happening with the funding, if they're being used or not appropriately and so forth. Is that your response seemed like, I have no idea, the board is the one that is responsible, the money just comes through us, so it was...
No, I didn't want to give
vague.
that, I'm sorry for giving that impression, because the board does have a financial committee that also is responsible for putting forward...
And their quarterly reports or reports
a budget,
periodically.
a budget spending plan that we are they have to utilize our business office because we are the ones, see, they're coming through our procurement process, they're coming through everything.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator. Carry on. We'll now recognize Senator Maurice James for your 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning, Virgin Islands. Good morning, colleagues, testifiers, and everyone in the room. I want to, first of all, while we recognize that the Department of Labor is a service-based regulatory agency, it's actually the agency that's plays a critical factor in the economic growth of the territory. And as you stated, Commissioner, the federal grants are an important funding source. So I wanted to focus on the federal grants specifically with regard to the youth activities and adult programs under the WIA, which is page 17 of the post-audit report. I wanted to ask you why most of the ones that I'm focusing on are expiring on June 30th, 2024, and what is the reason for those funds not being utilized by June 30th, which is in a few days?
Great, thank you for that question, Senator. And I'll start and ask Director Milligan to kick in. Most of these funding are multi-year funding. So, and it's on a program year. And so the program year is different from our fiscal year. So the program year for these federal funds starts in July. And I'll let Director Milligan continue.
Good morning, Kenneth Milligan, Director of Federal Grants. So you're saying specifically for the we are adult youth?
Yes.
Yes. Okay, so some of those funds may be obligated right now, but we have until like September 30th to liquidate. So the balance is of, I think when we turned these numbers in was probably March. So those are not necessarily, like I said, it's probably obligated, and we have until September 30th to liquidate the funds.
So there's no assurance that or are you saying that the funds will in fact be utilized by September 30th, 2024?
Yes, yes.
And there will be, I want to ask you this too, what challenges do you have that does the department, or specifically in this area, do you have in terms of utilization of federal funds. And I say that because I have noticed that a lot of departments and agencies have a tendency to say, well, you know, we got an extension or, you know, some other reason for the non-utilization of federal funds. And it just seems as if we are not making effective use of federal funds. And I'd just like you to comment on that or provide some clarification on what the issues or challenges are with regard to your department, Commissioner.
Okay, thank you for that question, Senator. And generally, the issue is not on the fiscal or the fiscal side; it's the programmatic side, because the program is who initiates the expenses that the fiscal has to pay out. So, based on the different programs that are here, Director Sebastian and her team might have challenges with finding a qualified youth provider to be able to execute the 14 program elements. So they might be able, or they might have situations where only X amount of students would qualify for these funding. So it range from that, but those are programmatic issues, and so the funding can't be expended unless it's expended in the allowable manner.
Right. So sometimes we're getting federal funds that we can in fact not utilize. That's basically what you're saying, that we don't have the requirements, let's put it that way, or we don't fulfill those requirements. But I want to move on to one point quickly, because I hear my time is
30 seconds.
I saw, which I'm happy to, excuse me, time up?
Go ahead, Senator.
Oh, thank you, Madam Chair. I saw recently where the U.S. Department of Interior's Office of Insular Affairs funded, let me make sure that I'm reading the release correctly. The Future Job Skills of Tomorrow, $400,000 for the Workforce Development Project to create an apprenticeship collaborative with Gold Coast Yachts and St. Croix. And they will offer training and certification in carpentry, masonry, electrical skills, upholstery, and joinery. Did you participate in getting this funding, and is there any role that the Department of Labor plays with regard to the participants, the monitoring, the tracking the use and the outcome of funds?
Not in this specific case, Senator. Gold Coast Yachts took it upon them, was able to apply for this funding on their own. But I just let you know that Gold Coast Yachts is one of the apprenticeship programs. Mr. DeFidi is very knowledgeable about the entire process, and he definitely has been working closely with us on other measures. So at some way, shape, or form, our paths are going to cross to make sure that we're not duplicating our efforts. Because if he has funding, he's going to need candidates, and he has done a very good job in being able to navigate the workforce system.
Right, that's why I asked, because there has to be some alignment with the Department of Labor. If people, and I agree with you that Gold Coast Yachts has done quite a number of projects, apprenticeships, I should say. But at the same time, there needs to be some alignment in terms of what employers are going to hire participants, some type of interface, I would think, with the Department of Labor when federal funds flow in like this, which is wonderful and will be utilized. And that's why I asked the question. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator James. Senator Carrion, you're recognized for your 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and good morning to the team from the Department of Labor and to my colleagues in viewing and listening audience. Let's go right into some of the budget questions. We know that we've been seeing some of the departments and agencies that have been coming by here, and we've been seeing a decrease within their budget. We're trying to look for ways where we can save, right? Currently, with the budget that you have, do you feel that you can fulfill the mandates that you have according to the law?
Yes, Senator, we can.
You do? Okay. On page 6 in Exhibit 3, and I know the chair was asking in this regards to some of the increases that we're seeing. Let me just go right to it. In professional services, we've been seeing some increases, and I'm having a hard time trying to understand, looking at the differences of what you receive in FY23, your actuals in FY24, and what you're requesting in FY25. So I really would appreciate if you could kind of justify some of it and maybe provide some of your actuals currently. So let's go to office supplies. You're asking in FY25 $70,000. What are your actuals?
Director Wells?
I'm looking at the post-audit report.
Which category?
Supplies and office supplies?
Actuals right now are only $3,297.
And what are you projecting to close? Do you have things in encumbrance? What are you projecting to close in FY24?
As far as encumbrances, I'll have to get that to you. I just have the actual.
Okay. So that's your actual currently. You have 1 quarter left and you're requesting $70,000. Operating supplies, what are your actuals in that area?
$26,531.
$26,000. You're requesting $86,000 for FY25. Do you have a breakdown for all others in that section? Because we're seeing approximately close to 200,000 increase. What's your actual there?
Actual in
All others in that same category.
$2,817,479.
Under supplies, I'm looking at Exhibit 3, the post-audit report. In FY22 and FY23 was 76,000. You're requesting 248,000 for FY25.
Excuse me, what page is that?
Page 6.
Okay, and what's your question?
The justification for the request for 248,302. And what's your actuals?
Our supplies actuals is 197,514. You said supplies, right? No.
The section that says all others,
Oh, that's why. Okay. So the all order is 2,817,479. I thought you was asking about supplies.
well, there's a subcategory under supplies, but we'll continue on because I think we're looking at different things. And then there's an increase in professional services. Why is an increase in professional services?
The increase in professional services is to account for several contracts that we anticipate executing in FY25.
Contracts you don't have in FY24,
Correct.
and you didn't have in FY23.
Correct.
Are you engaging into another type of program services? What's the need for this?
I could give you the description and then Commissioner Malloy could expand as the need.
Please do.
So one was for work-based learning, another one was for Nexus,
30 seconds.
another one is for, the description was to provide a fee schedule for workers' compensation, and then another one was for investigating injured workers.
Commissioner?
So Gary Malloy, Commissioner, Department of Labor, the professional services for work-based learning is what I described to be able to support the work-based learning activities, to assist with apprenticeship program, to assist with the Jobs for America's graduates. The Nexus
And
is...
that's not duplication, right?
No duplication. No, the funding that was coming from the casino is no longer there. and there's been no funding, no general funds for any apprenticeship or work-based learning prior to this. The nexus is for the medical review for workers' compensation. The investigators is for if we have to do outside investigating with workers' compensation. And the other one, Mr. Wells, was?
EcoCare for this fee schedule.
The fee schedule is for workers' compensation to be able to get all of the providers under one fee schedule so we can budget. So those are contracts that we anticipate in 2025.
That we didn't have before.
Yes, yes, sir.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator Carrion. Senator Gittins. You're recognized for your 5 minutes.
Thank you. Good morning to all.
Good morning.
You know, as we are discussing these agency budgets, I'm noticing with the current projected fiscal year 24 budget deficit or revenue shortfall of 90 million, that I haven't heard much talks of austerity measures. Can you tell me, Commissioner, of any austerity measures within your department?
Yeah, thank you for that question, Senator. We have been very frugal in terms of making sure that when we can, we minimize our travel. We've also minimized our supplies. We're making sure that everything that we need is tied to our KPIs and to our federal mandates. And so all departments and agencies, we have regular meetings with my senior leadership team to make sure that they are on target. And if they're not, then we do some reductions in-house.
In addition, what about access to government vehicles after hours?
There's only a few of our vehicles that are used after hours, and also if I do have any of my senior leadership team that's in the other district that doesn't have any transportation, we ensure that they have transportation. So there's very limited use of our vehicles after hours.
Good. And how are you progressing with getting employers to utilize the SIDE's website to provide electronic responses to unemployment insurance claims to reduce the lapse time between employee separation and receiving an employment check? And the SIDE's being the State Information Data Exchange System.
I thank you for that, and that was a part of the recent legislation that was passed but in what we've been doing, we've been utilizing and we were previously encouraging our employers to do it, but now that the law is there's a lot more effort for us to make sure that they understand when they register for unemployment, this is a part of the registration process. But I can have either Director Halyard or Assistant Commissioner Legal Counsel give you some more information if you need it.
No. What was the investment on the system?
It is free based on we have a membership that we pay to NASWA, National Association of State Workforce Association. So it is a free cost to us, but again, we do pay an annual membership fee.
Okay. All right. Thank you for that. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator Gittins. Do you anticipate any salary increases in this fiscal year 24 for your unionized employees? Are you having any negotiations?
No, the negotiations is scheduled for September. So
okay. What about other salary increases?
Normally what I try to do, I look at what's happening and I try to make some adjustments based on the senior leadership team and any of the members. So I made those for 2024 were already done earlier. So
All right. So let me ask you about your summer program. The summer program is funded by general fund, correct?
yes, Senator.
So where is that in here? It's under your personnel? What's the total amount that you utilize to fund this summer program?
Mr. Wells?
Summer employment.
For FY 24 and 25, it was 535,924.
And we don't use any other funding?
No.
So this 535,924 is inclusive of all of the categories? And
Let me just say, there's some federal funding that can be used depending on if the individuals qualify. So, and that's very minimal.
Very minimal. So, how many students, young people, are you able to hire with this this $500,000?
Normally, it's about 700, and we were able to get 800 by adding an additional 100 by utilizing some of the money from the casino to be able to offset from the at-risk. So we were able to offset to get 800. If you looked at the addendum in my testimony, that there's a breakdown of how much from youth.
Page.
The addendum, the last page. We gave a breakdown for the last 6 years based on the numbers. So 2024, it's 531 that was budgeted for, 16 to 25, 14 to 15-year-olds, 150. The LIFT program was 30 this year, so subtotal 711. And then from the federal funding, 114 to come up with 825. That's projected for FY 2024. But the previous year, 23, you see that we were able to service 1,036 because we had some additional funding to be able to fund the LIFT program. So you see that we had 99 LIFT students last fiscal as opposed to 30 this year.
So what was that additional funding? It went away, or?
The additional funding was Governor Bryan made an allocation for us from the ARPA funding to be able to expand the LIFT program, and so we received an additional 500,000, and we did a summer, fall, and spring LIFT program. So
I see. Okay. Senator Francis Jr., recognized for your point of information.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Commissioner Molloy, what's your vendor's payment in aggregate? How much do you owe in vendor's payment?
Director Wells?
And the age of the oldest pending payment?
We'll have to get that information for you.
All right. And while I have you, Commissioner, in respect to your technology work, are you in touch, or there's any symbiosis or synergy with BIT in regards to the work that's being done with the technology and upgrades?
We do nothing without consulting BIT. BIT is a major consultant for us, and we run everything through BIT.
Very well. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Your utilities. Your utilities. For FY 24 reflected 222,418. So we're seeing like an $18,000 increase. Is that based on the true up of your bills?
Yes.
Okay. And there was, how much funding in capital projects did you get in FY '24? What did I do with that document?
Maurice Wells for FY '24, 472,275. 472,275.
Yeah? Based on what appropriation?
That was in regards to the appropriation transfer that we came before the Senate for FY '23 to assist with the build out of the St. Thomas office.
So in FY 2023, you had additional resources, and we gave you an appropriation transfer to do some build-out work. Have you expended all those dollars? Speaking of mic, the stenographer is asking for you to come closer to the mic.
Yes.
Say that again?
Have we expended the dollars? Yes.
So the build-out is completed and the funding is exhausted.
The build out is currently in progress, but we have multiple funding sources, but they fund.
Speaking specifically to the general fund dollars.
Okay, so that was expended, and the portion that the general fund is tied to, those were completed. That was for the order of the supplies.
All right. And so FY '25, there's no request for capital funds. I know that we moved legislation for the purchase of a building, and I heard you speaking about that. So what's the status? I know you talked something about probate and...
Yes. Yes, Senator, one of the owners, Mr. Kenneth Sweeney, passed away.
You said it earlier.
Right after the everything was passed. And so the attorney for the family is going through probate. They're at the final stages where they're going to be making the announcement. We have been in touch with the attorney. We are also in touch with property and procurement to make sure that everything on our side is already, all the POs, the purchase orders are in place, and everything is in place awaiting this process to finalize. The expectation is that it will be completed within this fiscal year.
So when the transaction is completed, is there a need for capital funding?
Right after now, because right now the funding that the money that we're saving from paying the rent will be able to utilize for any immediate that we need in terms of any immediate repairs. But we are working on the next phase of the build out to make sure we complete that.
That's exactly why I asked you the question, because I'm trying to figure out, under the other services and charges category, there is an amount for rent currently, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so we got two things going on. We made a commitment to purchase this building from these folks. Are we still paying them rent? Like, what are we doing? There should have been some arrangement by now that we cut that off. We can't continue to fund this rent in your budget.
We didn't budget for the St. Thomas rent in FY '25. The rent that you're seeing is solely for St. Croix.
So if you didn't budget for the rent in FY '25, then your commissioner does not have the funding for capital improvement. Right?
So
that's why we need a breakout before you go. That's why we need a breakout, because there's a lot of missing parts of this conversation around your other services category. That's why it's very important that you all provide us with a breakdown of your other services.
If I may, Senator, so the rent that I'm talking about is, again, that There's only Brent in the 25 for St. Croix. We're still continuing to pay rent in 24 until the purchase is finalized for the building.
Yeah, but remember you have an increase, you still have an increase in your other services and charges category. I have to take a recess. The stenographers. Oh, we have an issue with media again, so we have to take a recess. The committee stands in recess. The committee is back on the record. Mr. Malloy, I know you are wrapping up.
Yes.
Can you,
Yes.
go ahead.
I just wanted to say, Senator, that with the other services, it actually, everything, while the category went up, rent actually went down because we're not forecasting the rent for the St. Thomas building in 25.
How much is the rent for the St. Thomas building?
Mr. Director Wells?
Let me look it up for you, Senator.
All right, in the interim committee, Senator Blyden, you're recognized for your point of information.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Commissioner Malloy, back to workforce development. I also want to amend that request in respect to individuals that qualified and completed those programs in different training institutions. How many of those individuals are nationally certified? Number one. Number two, for the 23 fiscal year and 24, how many funds were allotted and how much have been expended? Both expended. And for 24, how much have been expended to date in terms of how much funds we have used for those programs?
Okay.
You got it?
And that primarily is federal funding.
Yes.
The only other outside funding we had was from the Community Development Block Grant.
Correct.
Okay.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator Blyden. Senator Kenneth Gittens, you're recognized for your point of information.
Thank you, Madam. Commissioner, being a service-based regulatory organization, I'm looking at, that's very important to all of us across the territory. I'm looking at your personnel listing where you have some 109 employees territory-wide, and then you break it down between the two districts. But I wanted to ask specifically, again, because of the importance of your department being service-based and regulatory, do we have an actual presence on the island of St. John?
Yes, we do, Senator. We have one staff member.
One staff member. Where are they located?
They're located in the Battery.
And to your knowledge, that one staff member for the island of St. John is sufficient for all the programs that you have oversight for or responsibilities?
Yes, Senator. She's very, very full service, one-stop operation. And again, everything works very well.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator Gittens. You have a point of information as well? You may proceed, Senator Fonseca, with your point of information.
Yes, thank you. Commissioner Malloy, going back to purchasing the building, right? I know every time it rains, it seems like there's a pool of water down there. What are the plans when you purchase this building, or is it incorporated already in the design for public works? How are you going to alleviate the flooding in that area?
Thank you for that question, Senator. And I wish Assistant Commissioner Ford was here. He would have given you the breakdown, because we've been working with Waste Management and Public Works, and there is a plan in place because that is it's a major issue that needs to be. They need to either do something on our side or cut. And so now that we're moving forward, owning the property, it's going to be a lot easier.
Okay, good. One thing, there was a Bureau of Labor Statistics report. I think maybe that's the other Gary Hylad. But you know, that report was very important. You could see the unemployment statistics, labor rates, and all that. How can you get access to that?
Thank you, Director Halliard.
Gary Halliard. As mentioned before, we have sort of incorporated that with our workforce investment case management system for the public. So all that data is embedded in the case management system for the employers and the job seekers and anyone else that wants to do research on a particular statistic that we gather and capture within the Virgin Islands.
So that's in the VIEW system?
Yes.
That's a vidal.views.org, right?
Vidal.views.org, yes.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator Fonseca. I think we've exhausted all of our questions. Mr. Malloy, I'm going to allow you a 30-second close.
Thank you, Senator.
1 second before you go. I believe that Mr. Wells had I believe Senator James asked a question. Can you put the information on the record? We didn't get it.
Maurice Wells, Director of Business Administration. So earlier, Senator James asked about the WIOA funding. So as of May 31st month end, for the youth program, we have expended 87.7% of the funds. For adult, we have expended 96.9%. And then for dislocated worker, we have expended 100%. And this is all related to the funds with a period expiring 6/30/2024.
Okay, that's it?
And then the other thing in regards to your question, the St. Thomas rent is $250,435 annually.
250, 435 annually. All right. And before I go to you, Mr. Malloy, there were some through the chair requests. Senator Gittins, you have a point of information. You may proceed.
Yes, a quick one, please.
Go ahead.
Thank you. Commissioner, do you have any plans to relocate back into a government-owned building on St. Croix? Any plans to refurbish the old Department of Labor?
Not at this time, Senator. We have a lease until 2030 with the current St. Croix location.
All right, let's have a conversation about this, please. I really think that we need to start investing in our government-owned buildings. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Gittins. The through the chair request. So we are going to send you the correspondence, but just to give you a quick reminder of the items that were requested so you can begin working on them. One of the asks was tally report of the targeted industries to include all qualified employees and persons who were denied and why denied. What program is that for? I'm not clear on this through the chair.
That's going to be workforce.
So this is workforce development. Okay. All right. And then the complete breakdown of the other services and charges category for FY 24 and 25. The copy and report of the contract for the Workforce 180 Consulting Group. And the list of all outstanding vendor payments to date. And that brings me to what is the total aggregate of outstanding vendor payments you have against the general fund?
Outstanding vendor payments against the general fund? That's the question?
Yes. Yes.
Yeah, I'll have to get information.
Okay, so let's add the listing of outstanding vendor payments against the general fund. Have you submitted all of your invoices?
Yes.
to the Department of Finance that's outstanding. So you have pending
Yes,
payments.
pending payment.
Got it. All right, Mr. Malloy, you may proceed with your 30-second close.
Just want to thank the opportunity for being able to present our testimony and to pretty much, again, take the opportunity to say that the $13.6 million that we've been requesting is adequate, and we are prepared to be able to do all our mandates and everything within that ceiling. With your indulgence, I'd just like to ask my Department of Labor team to stand. I really want to thank them for all that you've been doing, and I've been really pushing them very, very hard, and I wanted to make sure that everybody sees and knows that this is the team behind me sitting here and knowing the information I do know. So again, just want to take the opportunity to ask you to stand, be recognized, and thank you for everything you've done.
All right, Mr. Malloy, thank you for your presentation today. As soon as possible, please provide the information that we requested, and if we need any additional information, we will reach out to your office so we can ensure that we are able to make an informed decision for your FY 2024-5 budget. The committee stands in recess for 10 minutes. The committee is back on the record. Madam Clerk, can you please read the items in Block 2 into the record?
Block 2, Division of Personnel and Office of Collective Bargaining. Invited testifiers, Ms. Sidney Richardson, Director, Division of Personnel, Ms. Josh Springett, Esquire, Chief Negotiator, Office of Collective Bargaining. This concludes the reading of today's agenda, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. All right, good afternoon to the officials from the Division of Personnel and the Office of Collective Bargaining. Thank you for being here, and good afternoon to your supporting cast as well. I'm going to ask you to put your names and titles on the record, and we're going to start with the OCB Director.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Josh Springett, Chief Negotiator, Office of Collective Bargaining.
And Ms. Springer, do you have anyone here with you?
Yes, they're present. They're appearing from St. Croix.
Okay, your St. Croix rep, can you please put your name and title on the record?
Good afternoon, Nikema Richards, Financial Specialist.
Say that one more time and get a little closer to the mic. We're breaking up on this end.
Nikema Richards, Financial Specialist.
All right, thank you.
Madam Chair, Attorney Zulema Chapman will be appearing as well from St. Croix. She's not there at this time.
Okay. Director Richardson? So what we're going to do with your team is you're going to put your name and title on the record, and then we're going to start from my right, your left, put your names and title on the record, and then we will go to the other side. You may proceed.
Good afternoon, Cindy Richardson, Director of Division of Personnel.
Good afternoon, Cordell Rama Jr., Division of Personnel.
Good afternoon, Florine Ordain Hassel, Assistant Director, Division of Personnel.
Good afternoon, Valerie Daly, Chief of Group Health Insurance, Division of Personnel.
Good afternoon, Millicent O'Bain, Territorial Administrative Recruitment and Classification.
Good afternoon, Valsina Kwashi, Deputy Director, Division of Personnel.
Good afternoon, Aliyah Felix Blyden, Legal Counsel, Division of Personnel.
Good afternoon, Gabriel Knight, Strategy and Organizational Development Officer, Division of Personnel.
That's it? No?
Yes.
All right, thank you. You may proceed with your testimony. We're going to start with the OCB Director, and then we will follow up with you, Ms. Director Richardson. You may proceed, Ms. Springett.
Good afternoon, Honorable Senator Donna Fred Gregory, Chairperson of the Committee on Budget, Appropriations, and Finance, other members of the committee, non-committee members in attendance, and the people of the Virgin Islands. My name is Josh Springett, and I am the Chief Negotiator at the Office of Collective Bargaining. I appear before you today in support of our budget for the fiscal year 2025 in the amount of $1,375,564. Appearing with me today from the St. Croix Chambers is Nikema Richards, Financial Specialist, and Zulema Chapman, Assistant Attorney General, Labor. First, I will begin my testimony by thanking my dynamic and mighty team for their commitment and service to the community. I would also like to give special recognition to our stars, our 2024 Employees of the Year, Nikema Richards in the St. Croix District, and Julia Thomas in the St. Thomas St. John District. Through Act 4440, the Office of Collective Bargaining was established in 1980 within the Office of the Governor. The office is supervised by me, the Chief Negotiator, and its statutory responsibilities are as follows. Exclusively represents the executive branch of government and its departments and divisions and negotiates on its behalf in all collective bargaining proceedings. Assists the governor in formulating labor policies for collective bargaining and plan strategies for such bargaining. coordinates the government's position in all mediation and arbitration cases and labor disputes, conducts systemic studies of the collective bargaining agreements for the purpose of contract negotiations, and prepares and submits an annual report and such other reports as may be requested to the governor and the legislature on the effects of this chapter on the annual budget and personnel matters. Our offices are located in the GERS building on St. Thomas and at Chandler's Wharf on St. Croix. We currently have a team of 6 employees and 1 Assistant Attorney General Labor. The Assistant Attorney General Labor is assigned to OCB by the Department of Justice. OCB's current employees hold classified non-union positions, and the Assistant Attorney General Labor is an exempt employee. The team consists of professionals with a wealth of experience in administrative functions, customer service, labor relations, human resources, arbitration, general legal practice, labor law, and employment law. The current organizational chart is attached. Proposed fiscal year 2025 expenditures, personnel services, and fringe benefits. Our proposed budget for personnel services is $772,895, which represents 56.19% of the overall proposed budget. Fringe benefits are projected at $330,716, which represents 24.04% of the overall budget. Equipment and supplies. Our proposed budget for equipment and supplies is $32,000, or 2.36% of our overall budget. This amount covers the cost of paper, printers, cleaning supplies, and other items necessary for the daily operations of the office. Utility costs for fiscal year 2025 are projected to be $13,000, or 0.95% of the overall budget. This amount only applies to our St. Croix office because we do not pay utilities in the St. Thomas office. These funds are transferred to the Department of Finance, and utilities are paid through the single-payer utility fund. Other services. Our proposed budget for other services is $226,453, or 16.46% of our overall budget. These funds cover operating expenses, including rent, service agreements, IT, communications, and training. And below, you will see a breakdown of these categories. We do not receive any federal funds. Operations. The demands on the office are increasing with more requests from our clients for training and advice. Therefore, we need to fill the current vacancies, improve technology, and continue streamlining operations. We are recruiting candidates for our financial management officer, labor relations specialist, and paralegal officer positions. My team and I continue to attend continuing education and skills courses and webinars hosted by authorities such as the local and federal courts, District Court of the Virgin Islands, Equal Employment Opportunity Commission, EEOC, Society of Human Resource Management, American Bar Association, Ogletree Deakins, Harvard Law School's Program on Negotiations, SkillPath, and the U.S. Department of Labor. Labor relations. OCB's mission is to fulfill our legal mandate to fairly engage in the collective bargaining process and enhance the relationship between labor and management. Our goals are to reduce labor disputes, continue training management in labor relations, and improve relations between management and labor. OCB receives calls and email inquiries daily from agencies seeking guidance on legal disputes, organizational plans, or OCB's intervention in various collective bargaining matters. These discussions provide us with insight into the agency's operations, their challenges, and how OCB can better serve the government. We also receive calls from unions who seek to amicably resolve issues without filing grievances or other formal complaints. This dialogue with union representatives serves as an essential element in labor relations. We encouraged our clients to do the same, which has resulted in some agencies meeting with unions as often as biweekly. Pending cases. OCB continues its statutory commitment to amicably resolve pending cases and avoid future ones. As of May 31st, 2024, OCB has a caseload of 325 cases. Of that amount, there are 255 rights arbitration cases, 31 unfair labor practice charges, 26 civil cases, 8 unit clarification cases, 1 equal opportunity case, and 1 government service appeal case, 2 recertification cases, and 1 decertification case. From October 1, 2022 to May 31st, 2024, we were successful in closing 49 cases through arbitrations, dispositive orders, withdrawals, or settlements. This is about 15% of the caseload. Below is a chart showing the caseload as of May 31st, 2024. Negotiations. OCB engages in contract negotiations with 15 labor unions that represent 33 bargaining units within the government. OCB currently manages 32 collective bargaining agreements, of which 8 are current, and 1 bargaining unit does not have a CBA. Since our last budget submission, we have discontinued our Memorandum of Understanding with the Virgin Islands Lottery for representation in all labor matters and contract negotiations. This reduced the number of CBAs that we have to negotiate from 36 to 33. Since my last budget hearing, we have completed negotiations with the following unions: Virgin Islands State Nurses Association, which covers employees at the Department of Health and the hospital facilities, in April 2023. Registered Nurses Leadership Union, which covers employees at the Department of Health and hospital facilities, May 2024. Our Virgin Islands Labor Union, Department of Justice Staff, June 2024. Our Virgin Islands Labor Union, Department of Agriculture Support Staff, June 2024. Negotiations continue with the following unions: United Steelworkers for the Virgin Islands Waste Management Supervisors, International Association of Machinists and Aerospace Workers for Virgin Islands Waste Management Support Staff and Enforcement Officers, American Federation of Teachers for Education Professionals, American Federation of Teachers for Paraprofessionals, American Federation of Teachers for Support Staff, our Virgin Islands Labor Union for the Department of Public Works, Association of Firefighters for Firefighters and Corporals, Association of Firefighters for Support Staff, and the International Association of Machinists and Aerospace Workers for Security Guards at the Department of Health and both hospitals. Attached is a spreadsheet showing the status of each CBA and our tentative schedule for the rest of the calendar year. Although I was not physically present during OCB's last budget hearing, I submitted testimony which included a suggested amendment to Act 4440 for the benefit of unionized employees. I urge you to strongly consider such an amendment to help employees receive regular and consistent salary increases. As the cost of living and inflation continue to make it difficult for many residents to afford basic necessities, my concerns remain the same. So does some of my testimony on negotiations. The labor relations landscape has changed in many ways since Act 4440 was enacted in 1980. It is time that we expand how unionized employees receive their benefits and compensation. In 1980, there were not as many unions or bargaining units. Each union only represented a handful of bargaining units. Collective bargaining agreements resembled small booklets or contained less than 50 pages. Today, over 70% of the workforce is unionized. Some unions have up to 8 bargaining units. Some CBAs are as thick as textbooks. With more unions, bargaining units, and unionized employees, OCB spends more time negotiating collective bargaining agreements. To change that, we need to expand Act 4440 to allow the governor to grant a general increase to all unionized employees while negotiations are pending. I have discussed with some unions the option of extending existing CBAs and stipulating to a general increase pending negotiations. Of the 5 unions that I have discussed these options with thus far, 4 are open to considering these options. Those unions are the Virgin Islands Workers Union, our Virgin Islands Labor Union, Law Enforcement Supervisors Union, and the Seafarers International Union. With Act 4440 in its current form, all unions do not have to agree on extending existing CBAs. Therefore, if we stipulate with some unions that agree, thousands of employees are likely to continue waiting before negotiations are completed if the law is not expanded to allow all employees to benefit. On June 6th, the governor's financial team provided this committee with a mid-year review for the fiscal year 2024 and an overview of the budget for fiscal year 2025. Everyone was informed that the revenue collections are lower than projections so far for this fiscal year. And we expect that revenue collections will be approximately $91 million below the appropriation level by the end of fiscal year 2024. If this continues into fiscal year 2025, there will be less funds available for salary increases. This committee also stated that the government has absorbed increased cost of health insurance since 2019 because employees have not been receiving salary increases. With all these factors in mind, we need to work together on an amendment to allow all bargaining units in the central government to get some relief while we wait for a negotiated contract. In conclusion, thank you for the opportunity to testify before you today in support of our budget for fiscal year 2025. The Office of Collective Bargaining will continue to manage its limited resources and fulfill our mandates. We urge this body to approve our recommended budget of $1,375,564. We welcome any questions that you may have. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony, Attorney Springett. Director Richardson, are you ready?
Yes.
You may proceed with your testimony.
A pleasant good afternoon to Honorable Donna A. Fred Gregory, Chairwoman of the Committee on Budget, Appropriations, and Finance, Honorable Novel E. Francis, Jr., Vice Chairman of the Committee on Budget, Appropriations, and Finance, other committee members, non-committee members, members of the Division of Personnel's team, fellow testifiers, and the viewing and listening audience. I am Cindy L. Richardson, Director of the Division of Personnel. Accompanying me today to provide testimony on the division's proposed fiscal year 2025 budget are members of my personnel's executive team. Florine Ordine Hassel, Assistant Director, Valsina Kwashi, Deputy Director, Cordell Reimer Jr., Chief of Human Resources Information Technology, Valerie Daly, Chief of Group Health Insurance, Millicent Aubin, Territorial Administrator of Recruitment and Classification, Gabriel Knight, Strategy and Organizational Development Officer, Aaliyah T. Felix, Esquire, Legal Counsel. Thank you for inviting me to testify today on the proposed budget for the Division of Personnel for fiscal year 2025, themed Fulfilling the Promise of Fiscal Solvency. This budget is strategically designed to align with the administration's proactive approach to preparing for the next economic cycle. At the Division of Personnel, we are dedicated to fostering collaborations with agencies to enhance recruitment efforts while automating and streamlining processes to prepare for the next wave of employees essential for advancing the government of the Virgin Islands. I'd like to publicly express my gratitude to the dedicated employees of the Division of Personnel for their unwavering commitment and service. Your dedication and service are greatly valued and have significantly contributed to our community. Your unwavering commitment plays a vital role in improving the quality of life of the Virgin Islands. Thank you for your continued efforts and passion in making our islands a better place for everyone. Overview of operations. The Division of Personnel is in charge with responsibilities mandated in the Virgin Islands Code, Title III, Chapter 25, Sections 451 through 667, and the Government of the Virgin Islands Personnel Rules and Regulations. The Division of Personnel provides human resource management services to all central government agencies. As a human resources administrative arm of the government of the Virgin Islands, our focus is on strengthening organizational performance and enabling the government to attract, develop, and retain a well-qualified, diverse workforce. These tasks are accomplished within the following units: recruitment and classification, strategy and organizational development, human resources information technology, group health insurance, and fiscal and administrative services. Fiscal year 2025 budget recommendation. The FY 2025 recommended budget by the Office of Management and Budget for the Division of Personnel is a total of $44,855,501. Included in that are projected revenues of approximately $45,000 from the Training Revolving Fund. The budget recommendation includes allocations of $44,279,634 from the General Fund and $530,867 from the Indirect Cost Fund. Table 1 shows that summary. Our total FY 2025 operating budget summary is $5,353,962, which includes the following allocations: $3,249,938.19 for personnel services, $1,458,360.11 for fringe benefits, $58,000 for supplies, and $587,663.70 for other services and charges. Table 2 shows the total budget summary as just mentioned. Next, the total FY 2025 miscellaneous budget summary is $38,925,672, which includes the following recommended allocations: $38,210,672 for the health insurance for retirees, $75,000 for the Certified Public Manager Program, $80,000 for the GVI Employees Recognition Activities, $275,000 for the contribution to the Health Insurance Board, and $285,000 for the health insurance consultants. And Table 3 within the testimony shows the breakout of that miscellaneous budget. Our total other services and charges, as stated previously, is $587,663.70, which includes the following allocations: $29,853.98 for repair and maintenance, $500 for auto repair and maintenance, $2,500 for rental of machines and equipment, $25,000 for training, $50,000 for communications, $44,000 for advertising and promotion, $50,000 for the transportation and non-travel, $30,000 for travel, $25,000 for purchase of bulk airline tickets, and $375,809.72 for professional services. The Table 4 within the testimony shows that breakout of other services and charges. Lastly, our total indirect cost fund is $530,867, which includes $7,869 for supplies, $303,098 for other services and charges, and $219,900 for utilities. Table 5 shows that indirect cost fund breakout. Personnel services. The recommended personnel services position for the Division of Personnel are a total of 49 employees. This includes 44 funded positions and 5 requested vacant positions. Of the 44 current positions, 28 are in the St. Thomas St. John District and 16 are in the St. Croix District. Among these positions, 7 are union representative, 19 are classified as non-union, and 18 are exempt. Appendix B within the testimony provides you with a breakout of our personnel listing. Professional development. Typically, the Division of Personnel offers staff the opportunity to attend conferences hosted by the Society of Human Resources Management, SHRM, the Public Sector Human Resources Association, PERSHA, formerly IPMA, the National Association of African Americans in Human Resources, and AAA HR, and NeoGov, either virtually or in person. However, due to budget constraints, this was not possible this fiscal year. Additionally, memberships to these organizations and attendance at the EEO refresher training for investigators and mediation training were also not feasible. I hope that these opportunities will be available in the upcoming fiscal year. Human Resources Information Technology. The Human Resources Information Technology Unit provides essential services needed to support the various agencies of the government of the Virgin Islands. Help desk staff offers comprehensive technical and clerical assistance to GBI agencies and the Division of Personnel staff. It delivers specialized training on the ERP system to human resources professionals, enhancing their ability to manage HR functions effectively. Managing the notices of personnel actions, or NOPAs, for GVI agencies, ensuring accurate and timely documentation of personnel changes. These services are crucial for the efficient operation and effective human resources management within the government. In providing this assistance, the DOP Help Desk has been instrumental in resolving a significant number of issues, successfully addressing 3,290 tickets for FY 2024. These tickets encompass a wide range of queries and problems, including technical support, HR policy clarification, benefit inquiries, and other personnel-related matters. The efficiency and responsiveness of the help desk have ensured that staff concerns are addressed promptly, contributing to smoother operations and enhanced employee satisfaction throughout the fiscal year. Maintaining data integrity in the ERP system. In order to maintain the accuracy and the consistency of the ERP data, our team conducts ongoing anomaly checks. When anomalies are identified, they are promptly communicated to the human resources and payroll personnel across the various departments and agencies for reconciliation. We collaborate closely with the Department of Finance and the Office of Management and Budget as needed to implement initiatives aimed at enhancing data integrity. Additionally, to minimize errors during biweekly payroll processing, we diligently monitor personnel action errors to pinpoint any issues within specific departments or areas. To prevent data anomalies or errors during our annual open enrollment, the team developed specific data extraction reports and the procedures that our partner Bentech must adhere to. The developers at Bentech accepted the request and modified existing programs. They adopted these initiatives to ensure that all deduction changes are captured quickly, thereby resulting in timely collections of deduction adjustments within the ERP module. At the HRIT unit, we believe in the power of collaboration to streamline the collection of health insurance premiums from active employees and retirees. We've implemented an online payment portal, Authorize.net, in collaboration with the Group Health Insurance Unit team and various stakeholders. This joint effort has significantly improved the process, allowing premiums owed by individuals to be settled without a visit to the Division of Personnel's office. This collective approach fosters a sense of shared responsibility and teamwork, making our services more effective. The following is a set of tables and charts reporting the various demographics of the employees of the government of the Virgin Islands. This breakout aims to provide a comprehensive overview of the workforce composition, facilitating better understanding and strategic planning for diversity, equity, and inclusion initiatives. Just a small disclaimer here, the information provided in the following charts were pulled on June 7, 2024, and may have changed upon the reading of this testimony. So in Table 6, we show a total number of employees broken out by department. Table 7 shows gender equality. It shows the number of employees for the GVI, showing females totaling 4,229 and males totaling 2,030 for a total of 6,259 employees. We've also broken out the average salary of employees by gender, which shows female average salary as $52,606, while male average salary is $52,600. Figure 1 also shows a breakout of employees by district. We also show the percentage of employees by status of classified, temporary, per diem, part-time, and exempt. Figure 3 shows the total salary costs by department, which is not inclusive of fringe. We've also provided the employee average salary by department in Figure 4. Additionally, in Table 8, we are showing our employee new hire and separations. So for FY 2024, we're showing a total of 522 hires with a total separations of 249. Table 9 shows the employee NOPA actions by codes. These are the different types of NOPA actions that is performed, that is processed by the Division of Personnel and HR representatives, totaling 2,752 NOPA actions that have taken place thus far for FY 2024. Group health insurance. This unit at the Division of Personnel administers health, dental, vision, and life insurance plans for active employees, retirees, and their dependents as negotiated by the Government Employees Service Commission, GSC Health Insurance Board. Our group health insurance unit, a crucial pillar at the Division of Personnel, provides coverage for approximately 14,344 participants as of July 7th, 2024. This significant number underscores our vital role in the supporting active and government employees and retirees. Currently, 7,218 active employees are enrolled in the medical plan, with 3,748 covering their dependents and 3,428 employees with single coverage. Additionally, the medical plan also covers 7,126 retirees, including 5,926 over age 65 and 1,200 under the age of 65. Overall, our plan provides a strong sense of security to approximately 25,000 members, ensuring their health and well-being. Insurance coverage costs. For all insurance coverage combined, including dental, vision, and life, the plan outlays will decrease from $183.1 million in FY 2023 to $182.7 million in FY 2024. This reduction of approximately $403,000 or 0.3% of the overall cost demonstrates our effectiveness in cost management, ensuring the long-term sustainability of our plan, providing solid reassurance to our members about the stability of their health coverage. Figure 5 shows a breakout of the health insurance estimated costs for the retiree employee share, retiree employer share, active employee share, and active employer share. Thus far, for FY 2024, we have paid $89,673,579.24 in healthcare premiums. Of this amount, $65,461,712.84 represents the government's portion, and $24,218,866.39 represents the employee's portion. Software and technology. In October of 2023, we took proactive measures to ensure accurate and fair payments by implementing the payroll audit through the Bentech eligibility system, which works with the GVI's ERP system. This system captures information on any employee on leave without pay or health insurance deductions not taken from the member's biweekly pay, ensuring accurate and fair payment. Since the inception, the payroll audit, we have collected over $222,726.68. Additionally, on April 4th, 2023, we introduced the online payment system, Authorize.net, allowing employees and retirees to make credit card payments for owed insurance premiums. This process has enhanced transparency and fairness in our operations with this online payment system. We were able to collect $17,039.99. Outreach. In 2023, outside of the open enrollment period, we have focused on educating our members about the benefits of the GVI health insurance, demonstrating our commitment to keeping our members informed and valued. As of April 2023, we have conducted outreach presentation to 34 agencies throughout the GVI. Additionally, as of December 31st, 2023, the Bentex system showed a 65% completion rate for beneficiary entries, with 5,391 active employees having completed their entries and 2,444 active employees who have not entered their beneficiaries. One of our biggest challenges was ensuring this completion rate from 65% to 100%. Thanks to our outreach efforts, we have now reached over 78% and anticipate achieving the 100% before the end of the fiscal year. We encourage all those agencies that have received a listing of employees who are missing beneficiaries to please encourage your employees to update their beneficiaries in the Bentex system. Death claims. We have submitted 178 death claims. Of those, 132 were retirees, 9 are active employees, 20 are spouse life, and 3 are child life to the life insurance company, their standard, which resulted in over $4,677,000 being paid to members' beneficiaries. The GVI Wellness Program. Our wellness program plays a crucial role in improving the health and lowering healthcare costs for our community. It supports members in pursuing a healthy lifestyle by offering and engaging activities and introducing new events and challenges to keep participation high. Table 10 of our testimony shows our GVI Wellness Program initiatives, the various activities that we've put on for FY24 and FY25, and it shows the number of participants that we have as a comparison for FY25 to FY24. Some of our upcoming wellness initiatives for FY 2024 includes currently our June 30-day hydration challenge, our virtual annual health and wellness expo and produce distribution, our wellness scavenger hunt, and our GVI wellness kickball tournament. Table 11 shows our FY 2025 GVI wellness program initiatives. Our Motivate Me incentive program. The GSE Board and Divisions of Personnel launched the Motivate Me incentive program from October 1, 2023 through September 30th, 2024. All primary active members, retirees under the age of 65, and covered spouses of the GVI Cigna plan are eligible for a gift card as a reward for their healthy activities. The program offers health and wellness activities, initiatives, webcasts, seminars, and personal health reporting designed to engage Cigna plan members actively in their health insurance benefits. The higher the level of participation or points, the higher the value of the gift card. The maximum amount a member can receive from this program is $150 on their gift card. To access the Motivate Me platform, members can log in to the mycigna.com and complete the two-step authentication process. All members must complete their biometrics to redeem any rewards. The following are the biometric measurements that have been conducted continuously from October 1 to present. These numbers reflect those of the biometrics collected by the WOW van The St. Croix team has completed 538 biometric screenings, and the St. Thomas team has completed 436 biometric screenings. Eligible recipients for the Motivate Me Rewards cards. The number of persons eligible for gift cards between the period of 10/1/22 to 9/30/2023 was 4,061. The number of persons eligible for gift cards between 10/1/2023 to the present is 1,995 individuals. The Amada program campaign was launched October 1, 2023. The program focuses on prevention, sustainable lifestyle changes, better management of type 2 diabetes, hypertension, and behavioral health. The virtual integrated care program helps members make lasting healthy lifestyle changes by offering health plans, personalized tools, resources, and support. The enrollment numbers for the Amada program are as follows. The number of individuals enrolled between 2022 and 2023, 1,417. Number of persons enrolled between 2023 and 2024, 1,574. The Employee Assistance Program, EAP, supports members facing challenging mental, emotional, and physical situations that affect their health and quality of life. The EAP provides members with up to 5 confidential free counseling sessions. The EAP utilization. The utilization of the EAP program includes 10 agencies that require on-site EAP counseling services for 21 hours for FY 2024. Our current utilization rate for the employee assistance programs concerning the top presenting issues are stress and anxiety, job and career issues, depression concerns, information only by inquiries, and marital and partner issues. We have a demographic breakdown of individuals utilizing the EAP program, and it shows those sessions by age. We also have figure 6 that shows the EAP statistical demographics by gender. United Healthcare. As part of the Medicare Advantage program, members can participate in the Renew Active Gym membership program available at no additional costs, exclusively from United Healthcare. Table 12, the Renew Active Gym membership program. We have a breakout here of the active members and the number of visits they have made, and that's broken out for the fiscal year all the way till the month of April 2024. Our UHC members also receive their Healthy Benefits Plus, a $40 credit that members receive every 3 months to spend on approved healthy food and over-the-counter health and wellness products. Table 13 shows a breakout of the Healthy Bonus program, and it shows you the total of cards activated and inactive. Recruitment and classification. Through FY 2024, our recruitment and classification team has actively engaged in a wide range of recruitment efforts aimed at attracting, retaining, and diversifying our talent pool. And we have a table below as a reference of those activities. We participated in significant events which have enabled us to bridge generational gaps and to promote diversity, equity, and inclusion, reaching over 700 individuals with career tips, pathways, and outreach efforts. Furthermore, our recent hiring of our public information officer has bolstered our recruitment campaigns, enhancing our visibility on social media platforms like Facebook, Instagram, LinkedIn, DOL Views, and other popular national job boards such as ZipRecruiter, Recruitix, and Diversity Jobs. Currently, we are exploring job platforms in the Caribbean to expand our recruitment reach. Table 14 shows a listing of the recruitment and classifications unit outreach activities that have been conducted for this fiscal year and also extends just a few months before the start of this fiscal year. NeoGov summary for FY 2024. From October 1, 2023 to June 7th, we have processed 7,203 applications and referred 2,124 qualified candidates to their respective hiring agencies. Figure 7 shows the potential candidates that have been hired and referred to by NeoGov and that is broken out by month for the fiscal year and provides the number of individuals referred. Our recruitment programs, to address critical workforce shortages, we've introduced 2 new recruitment programs, the U.S. Army Partnership for Your Success, PAYS program, and the Reentering Retirees Program, RRRP. The PAYS program is our partnership with the U.S. Army, and it sets a precedent for facilitating seamless transitions for our soldiers into public service roles. This program has hundreds of partners throughout the United States, representing the public and private sector. The GVI is the first territory to participate in this program. The PAYS program ensures that qualified soldiers are given an interview and potential employment opportunities upon leaving the Army. We have provided a link that funnels veterans to our website to view and apply for government vacancies and receive an interview once deemed qualified. Our Reentering Retirees program addresses workforce shortages in the GVI by bringing retired professionals back into service, enabled by Act 8560, thereby bolstering our recruitment efforts with seasoned professionals. Retirees may return for up to 36 months with a waiting period of 9 months, or for up to 24 months with no waiting period if he or she is a nurse, police officer, or teacher. However, retirees must apply and qualify for our hard-to-fill continuous recruitment positions. There are currently 17 members in this program. Examinations. VI Territorial Emergency Management Agency Emergency Call Center exams. As part of our recruitment efforts, we facilitate examinations for various positions across agencies, including 18 emergency call center operator positions filled in 2023. For FY 2024, 12 candidates were referred, resulting in 4 new hires. Bureau of Corrections, in collaboration with BOC, we've developed a quarterly examination schedule to meet the federal consent decree mandates. In FY 2024, 15 correction officer candidates were referred, with 19 candidates applying territory-wide as of May 31st, 2024. Currently in the St. Thomas-St. John District, 5 candidates were scheduled for exams with 1 eligible for waiver. In the St. Croix District, 10 candidates were scheduled with 2 eligible for waiver. Exams started this week on June 24th and will end on June 28th. Virgin Islands Fire and Emergency Medical Services, the firefighter EMT exam. Currently, the VI Fire and Emergency Medical Services has 10 vacancies in the St. Croix District for the firefighter EMT positions. We have received 118 applications, of which 105 meet the minimum qualifications. 19 candidates have military or advanced degree waivers, and 86 are scheduled for exams starting on June 24th and ending on June 28th. Promotional exams for all ranks for VI FEMS, BOC, and VIPD have been completed. Through our collaboration, 52 mandatory leadership positions were filled by December of 2023. All ranking lists under the applicable CBA agreements have expired, prompting the start of a new exam process as required. Classification. Alongside our recruitment efforts, we've conducted classification studies to optimize organizational structures. At the Department of Licensing and Consumer Affairs, we've structured units and divisions to improve efficiency and fiscal viability by consolidating redundant positions and realigning roles. This effort has streamlined operations and facilitated career progression for 6 impacted employees through salary adjustments. A similar initiative is planned for the Lieutenant Governor's Office Appraisal Unit, which has 8 employees. However, it's currently on hold pending funding identification. This initiative aims to enhance efficiency and serve as a recruitment tool for seasoned professionals while aligning with our evolving organizational needs. Job descriptions. Our commitment to enhancing job description transparencies and consistency is steadfast. In FY 2023, we finalized 157 job descriptions. As of FY 2024, we've completed 90 more, providing comprehensive tools, resources, and HR training for semi-autonomous agencies. Innovatively, we have integrated AI into our operations to write and edit job descriptions, aiming to improve efficiency and relevance in recruitment efforts. This proactive embrace of AI underscores our dedication to innovation, ensuring job descriptions accurately reflect our organizational needs. Figure 8 shows a breakout of our agency requests for job description reviews, and we have that for the entire fiscal year up till June, and it's separated from classified and exempt positions. Our Strategy and Organizational Development Unit is faced with the challenge of enhancing training and development for over 6,000 GBI employees while seeking new ways to be more effective human resources partner to the GBI departments and agencies. By leveraging technology, we continue to push the limits of our resources creatively and effectively to expand the reach and impact of our training services for the employees and HR officers. The SOD team has advanced the implementation of NeoGov Perform, an online employee performance evaluation system. Insights gathered from the pilot agencies has guided the modification to streamline and enhance the initial evaluation process. We've integrated the best features from traditional evaluations into the online version, making it more user-friendly, transparent, and engaging. To support user adoption, we conducted training sessions for our HR officers and created instructional videos for employees and supervisors. Our final step involves transferring employee and supervisor data from the ERP system to the NeoGov database. The goal is to launch Perform for agency use by the beginning of the 2025 fiscal year. The Certified Public Manager System, we have continued this collaboration with the University of the Virgin Islands to launch the 2023-24 cohort of the nationally accredited Virgin Islands Certified Public Manager Program. The 14-month training initiative aims to enhance the performance of public sector managers and the organizational performance of state, local, and federal governments. The program offers a rigorous curriculum focused on applying best practices and theory to management behaviors and strategies throughout professional competencies. All candidates must complete a proposed individual applied project demonstrating the program's effectiveness as they collaborate with their agency supervisor and head to implement it. 40 government employees and 1 individual from the private sector were selected to participate in this cohort. The SOD team attempts to meet and expand our training capacity by maximizing capabilities of our current resources. The absence of a learning management system forced us to be creative and resourceful in utilizing the limited functionalities of our JotForm survey software to develop training beyond the virtual and in-person sessions we offer. Our sexual harassment prevention training. We've pushed the limits of the JotForm to create an online version of our in-person Respect at Work sexual harassment prevention training. Launched in November of 2023, the module provides comprehensive training to Title VII Workplace Rights, focusing on preventing and reporting sexual harassment. It includes slides with written, audio, and video content featuring customized scenarios aligned with the GVI sexual harassment prevention policy. Registration by HR officer is required, with supervisors notifying to allocate time for completion. The users can then access the course online from any device with internet connectivity. The average completion time is 2 hours, similar to our virtual and in-person training sessions. The module includes quizzes after each section to assess understanding, requiring an 80% score for passing. Upon completion, users receive a certificate and HR officers are notified of their status. As of June 7, 2024, 1,225 GVI employees have registered, with 735 completing the module. The successful launch of the Respect at Work Sexual Harassment Prevention Training online module highlighted a limitation in our training capacity because in the 7 months since its launch, the unit was able to train 735 GVI employees while simultaneously conducting other training workshops. This contrasts with 281 employees who received the virtual version of this training as part of their new employee welcome orientation. Since the start of the fiscal year, the acquisition of an LMS will allow us to expand our training capacity and update our material so that it reflects the most up-to-date information. It will facilitate continuous employee learning and development by allowing us to evolve our material and training methods to meet the needs of the GVI employees. Table 15 shows our EEO sexual harassment cases reported and investigated from FY 22, 23, and 24. Other trainings. We continue to offer regular ongoing facilitator-led training such as Brilliant Customer Service and the new Employee Welcome Orientation. As of June 7th, 320 employees have participated in both programs. In addition to our current workshops, we are launching a customer service workshop series, A Culture of Patient Experience Excellence. This workshop will guide GVI employees who are healthcare practitioners on how to become champions in the concept of patient experience. We'll begin the offering of the workshop in August. In collaboration with DOP's legal counsel, we have developed an ethics workshop to enhance participants' ethical awareness and decision-making skills. This initiative aims to cultivate a culture of integrity, accountability, and ethical behavior within the government of the Virgin Islands. The workshop offers a thorough exploration of ethical principles and practical strategies for addressing ethical dilemmas. Our goal is to ensure all employees adhere to ethical guidelines, promoting public trust in our government's integrity. This training is in the beta testing phase and will roll out to the entirety of the GVI agencies over the next several months. Figure 9 in the testimony shows the number of employees that have attended our trainings, the number of training sessions that we have provided. Figure 10 shows the attendance in those respective training sessions. Our HR Success Series, Staying in Gear. While focused on the training for employees, we did not want to neglect our responsibility to provide regular refresher trainings for HR officers of the GVI. Based on our common HR inquiries made to the Division of Personnel, we've identified the opportunity to increase the engagement and development of our HR partners. Recognizing that we did not have the resources to host another multi-day in-person HR training, we created the monthly virtual GVI HR series, Success Series, Staying in Gear. The 2-hour sessions started in August 2023 and are held on the last Tuesday of each month. Some of the topics covered in the past sessions include NOPA processing, recruitment and classification processes, donated leave, progressive discipline and collective bargaining agreements, employee background checks, and cybersecurity awareness. Each of the sessions is recorded and stored in the HR Partners section of the Division of Personnel's website. Our upcoming FY 2025 training initiatives include interpersonal communication and conflict resolution, a culture of patients experience excellence, and ethics workshop. For donated leave, we have provided additional training and development is what is the SOD team is responsible for this program. For FY 2023, we approved 356 donated leave applications for GVI employees at a cost of over $2 million. As of June 7th, this fiscal year, 234 donated leave applicants have been approved at a cost of just over $1.3 million. As of June 7th, 2024, there are 48 GVI employees on the donated leave program. And we've provided several figures to show the approval and disapprovals of 2024 and the cost approved for 2024 as well. We've also provided in Figure 13 a 4-year cost comparison of the donated leave program. We anticipate the FY 2024 year-to-date cost to be equal to or exceed that of FY 2023. The Career Incentive Program for fiscal 2024, 14 GVI employees have received the Career Incentive Program pay totaling $146,098.86. This included 9 employees from VIPD, 3 from BOC, 1 from the VI Department of Health, and 2 from VI FEMS. Figure 14 shows that cost of the Career Incentive Program broken out by the respective agencies mentioned. To meet the Division of Personnel's key performance indicators, we aim to process NOPAs internally within an average of 5 business days or less. Our team has consistently achieved this goal every month this fiscal year. Moving forward, we are focused on the training our agency HR leads to minimize errors and streamline the NOPA process. Upcoming FY 2025 goals, the Employee Handbook and the GVI Personnel Rules and Regs. DOP has started updating the Employee Handbook and the GVI Personnel Rules and Regs. We've completed an initial planning and research phase, and we've then moved to the data collection and analysis. We've conducted focus groups with executive leadership and rank and file employees in both districts, gathered and compiled their feedback, and analyzed it to identify common themes and critical points. We are now summarizing our findings and drafting initial recommendations for updates. Our plan is to have both documents in the final review stage by the end of 2026. Conclusion, I extend my sincere thanks to the opportunity to testify today regarding the proposed budget for the Division of Personnel for FY 2025. This platform has allowed me to comprehensively outline our strategic vision and detailed plans designed to ensure fiscal solvency and robust economic preparedness. A budget proposal is not just a financial document, it represents our commitment to enhancing recruitment efforts, integrating advanced automation to streamline our processes, and fostering an interagency collaboration. These initiatives are fundamental to preparing a skilled and capable workforce that would drive the government of the Virgin Islands forward. Thank you once again for this invaluable opportunity to present our vision and plans. My staff and I are available to answer any questions you may have regarding DOP's fiscal year 2025 budget testimony.
Thank you for your testimony, Director Richardson. Colleagues, we're going to go to a 5-minute round. And we're going to begin with Senator Blyden. You may proceed, Senator.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good afternoon, Director Richardson and your supporting team there with you, and thank you so much for your testimony. Department of Personnel. Let me start with your vacancies. How many vacancies do you have at your department?
We have three vacancies. We currently have 3 vacancies.
What are those positions?
Sorry, 5. 5.
What are those positions? And while you look for them, let me ask you, in respect to, okay, jumped out at me, the program that deals with, you know what, let me
The vacancies that are listed are the recruiter, insurance officer, administrative officer, recruitment and classification technician, and HR IT technician. My name is Valsina Kwashi, Deputy Director.
recruiter, how long had that position been vacant?
Which position?
Recruiter.
The recruiter position was vacant from last year. However, it has been budgeted at half of the salary. And so we're trying to fill that position and asking for the budget that we asked for.
Okay, very well. As I was saying, this jumped up at me in a testimony, Director of the Certified Public Manager Program, which is an excellent program, and you have 40 individuals in the program and one from the private sector. Who made that decision and why? It's just something that jumped out at me.
Yeah, so it is open to private sector participation. Division of Personnel only covered the GBI employees.
Very well. Let's go to the post-audit report, page 9 of 14. Let me actually, under your lease, we spoke about this last year. Under your indirect cost fund, your lease for GRS, $228,000, is still pending ratification? What's going on with that lease? Any discussions?
We have already finalized that lease agreement, and we are realizing that some information was picked up incorrectly in what was sent down. However, we have a lease from 2022 to 2045, if I'm not mistaken.
And what's that amount, the no amount?
2042, sorry.
And what's the amount of the lease?
The lease currently is $228,169 annually. Of course, based on the agreement, there will be years we'll have changes in that amount.
Okay, very well. Your professional service contract listing also. Are there any outstanding payments to those vendors, to those individuals?
For the professional service,
yes.
We do not have any outstanding for professional services.
Okay, what about your vendors? 746,000 in total. Do you have any outstanding payments for any of those individuals?
Currently, yes, we do.
And what the reason?
We have processed our invoices, however, they're pending the check run.
Repeat that for me, please. I'm sorry. I didn't hear you.
We have processed the invoices timely, however, they're pending check runs.
Okay, thank you for that. Let me ask you, in respect to your wellness program, and on the chart on page 223, the participants in 23 was 2,268, but for 24 it's showing 350. Can you speak to the
1 minute
large difference in participants in the program and what's going on? What's going on there, and what are you going to do to increase those numbers?
Valerie Daly, Chief of Group Health Insurance. Those numbers are to-date numbers, so we're not finished with that program as yet. So we're hoping that we'll get more individuals to participate in that program.
What quarter are we in right now?
We're in the fourth quarter? Third quarter, I'm sorry.
Correct. See, it's still a big difference because it would have been at least a little over half by now in terms of number of participants. So we need to jump on it.
30 seconds.
Okay, it's a very good program, and it helps with the insurance costs, right or wrong?
Correct, Senator.
So jump on that for me, please. And before my time runs out, let me ask you, in terms of trainings, the brilliant customer service training, and also the training for new employees. You know, when it comes to the government services, many individuals say that service is not the best. But I beg to differ. It depends on the department. You know, so
Time.
What are you doing in respect to training? And what does that training, those training look like? And how do you determine who gets trained, etc.? Can you speak to that, please?
Sure. I'll have Mr. Knight answer that question.
The mic, please. Speak into the mic.
Gabriel Knight, Strategy and Organizational Development Officer. The trainings are registered, the employees are registered for their trainings by their HR officers, and we post it on the Division of Personnel's website, as well as send out flyers monthly, letting them know about the availability of the trainings.
By their HR department?
Yes, by the HR departments.
So what type of accountability measures are in place in respect to training? Because say, for instance, if there are complaints coming in from a certain department and the HR person have not referred a person, how do we know? You know what I'm saying? What type of measures are there to assure that everyone that needs training receives the training, or to assure that everyone that asks for training are receiving a training? What's in place from your level to assure that this is happening?
So while it is the responsibility of the HR officers to enroll those individuals in those sessions, we've also introduced a notification that when those NOPAs go through, Mr. Knight and his team would get a notification of the new NOPA so that we could then try to follow up to ensure that those individuals are enrolled.
Good. Thank you for your response. Thank you so much, Madam Chair, for the time.
Thank you, Senator Blyden. Senator Francis Jr., you're recognized for your 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and good afternoon to Team DOP as well as to the Office of Collective Bargaining. Chief Negotiator Springett, I would imagine that you're aware of the waste management sick out, and I'm not asking you to reveal any information in particular to that, but that you do have some perspective on this and that you're doing everything possible to resolve that issue.
Josh Springer, Chief Negotiator, Office of Collective Bargaining. That is correct.
Thank you. And I see that you have a legal counsel position. How long has that been vacant? And what are you doing to fill that position?
What is this? April.
It's been vacant
It's
since
a new
April?
position.
It's a new position?
Yes.
Okay, so you have not had, because I thought we had a discussion regarding the legal counsel position the last time that your team came before us, and that has been pending for some time now?
This is a legal counsel position that I'm referring to.
In your office?
Yes.
So it's been vacant since April, you said, or it just became online by as of
Came
April?
online as of April. It's a new position. We have to create a job spec, of course, because it's not classified and so forth.
Okay. And I would imagine that's a necessary position in terms of helping you to move these negotiations forward.
Yes.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Director, in regards to the current numbers of the government of the Virgin Islands in terms of central government employees, have we seen a decline there or an improvement?
You know, that number has been fluctuating, but it usually stays within the same range, I would say, over the last several years.
Do you have a glance of how many we have lost during this fiscal year thus far?
If you look on page 12 of the testimony, that chart, table 8, shows the total separations. So it shows you everything from individuals who may have passed away, those that were dismissed, resignations, and retirements.
So for the benefit of the public, can we share that number?
Sure. So that's a total of 249 separations for FY 2024, with 1 appointment end, 6 deceased, 17 dismissals, 133 resignations, and 92 retirements.
In terms of those resignations and this, have you done an exit NOPR, exit interview with those individuals and have a perspective in terms of causes?
So this is something that came up in our last budget testimony. So since then, we've provided each agency with an exit interview package, because that's something that would happen at the agency level. However, when the NOPA does come to my queue, I have a tendency to go in and look at those resignation letters, so get a feel from what's mentioned. So I usually we are seeing individuals leaving on good standing, and just a few, maybe some disgruntled, but we have also seen individuals that leave and just transfer to another department within the government.
Okay. And obviously, you're also required to then provide some I guess, information in regards to that person who has to seek new employment as well.
Correct.
Okay. In terms of the NOPR, I saw that part of your KPI was to be able to track your NOPRs and for quick turnaround. What do you see as a bottleneck that's occurring with our NOPRs at this point?
Right now, we've taken a very proactive approach for the NOPAs. One of those, for example, our KPI gives us the 5 day to process a NOPA. We're right now maintaining the average of 3 days. So what we've done, we've provided numerous training, which are HR individuals,
1 minute.
to include cheat sheets and recorded trainings that's provided to them, that's available on our website, along with our 2-day training that we did in collaboration with Munis. That training is also available, and then our staff is also available to them. Even recently to the the Department of Labor, we've also provided them access to process their own NOPAs, so it's not a bottleneck for their summer student programs. So in order for them to get paid
30 seconds.
on time. That usually created a bottleneck for us to process them, so we will then do an audit at the end of the summer.
Okay, real quickly, I got 2 more questions as we follow up. In regards to your new mode of operation from OMB with the output performance-based budgeting, have you been able to get a good understanding of that and really working towards making sure that you meet that? I know that there's no expectation in this FY25, and we're really looking forward to that in FY26, where we talk about driving accountability and transparency.
Time.
Have you gotten a good hold of what's required now with the output-based performance?
Yes,
budgeting?
and we do conduct regular monthly meetings with their team. And so I do feel that we've seen drastic improvements, and we're in line with their goals as well.
Okay. And my final question on this round, in regards to the insurance claims, is there any new revelation in terms of trending of major illnesses or any situation, conditions that we should be concerned about as we continue to endeavor to address our best life living and again, our wellness programs?
So yes, Cigna presented a very extensive CAP report that went into detail in regards to that, but it's just as just a brief review. It's mainly the diabetes and hypertension that we're seeing, cancer as well. But I do believe that when the board is here, they can go into more detail. After the governor did see that CAP report, he did ask for a recorded presentation with him and Cigna. So we're right now in the process of planning that, hopefully before the end of the summer.
Okay, can we get a copy of that report as well? Is it available?
I can request that through the board, yes.
All right, thank you very much. Thank you, Madam Chair, for the time.
Thank you, Senator Francis Jr. Let me go to Senator DeGraff and then I'll ask my question. I think he probably will ask it. So you go ahead. Senator DeGraff, you recognize for your 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good afternoon, colleagues. Good afternoon, testifiers, all of you listening and present. Chief Negotiator, did you get a cut in your budget?
No, Senator.
Okay, so then does the 25 budget reflect the GS increases in 25?
Yes.
Oh, okay. Okay. Now for Director Richardson, did you get a cut in your budget?
No, we did not.
Okay, so based on the post-auditor's report that I'm looking at, I'm seeing 7,219,439 decrease. So your ask is 44,189,499.
Can you tell us what page you're referring to?
Page 3 of 14. No, I'm just doing my own calculations here on my phone, but I was looking at the FY24 ax is 44,189,499. That's your ax. 25 for the 25 budget. 44 million. Yeah. The
Page
post
three.
auditors report, page 3 of 14, FY25, Division of Personnel. 2025.
FY25, the recommended budget
Correct.
is 44 million, based on what's listed in the post-auditor's report, is 44,189,499. However, the requested budget that came down in the management letter, as well as what is live on OpenGov, is requested at 44,279,634.
Okay, so that in itself is another change. Okay, so 44,279,634. So what is your personnel acts for
Personnel.
the 25? Correct. Yeah.
Personnel acts for 2025 is $3,249,938.
Okay, we correct on that. What's your fringe?
The French acts is $1,458,360.
60. Okay. Other services and charges.
Under general fund, $587,664.
664. Okay, good. Any capital outlay?
No.
Utilities, zero.
Under general fund, it's zero.
Okay. Health insurance for retirees?
The ask is $38,210,672. This is where the discrepancy lies.
Okay. Okay, so the difference is for the insurance for retirees. Okay, so the GVI employee recognition, 80,000, correct?
Correct.
Health insurance consultant, 285,000? Correct. Okay. Certified public manager program?
1 minute.
75,000?
Correct.
Correct. Okay, and insurance board, our contribution to health insurance board, 275,000?
Correct.
Okay. Okay, so the difference is in the health insurance, retirees, for 38,210,672. Is this an increase or is just I guess a typographical error?
It was a typo error that was picked up
30 seconds.
when the budget was being sent down. However, like I mentioned, based on OpenGov Live, as well as the management letter, it is the 38,210,672.
Okay, so we're going to look into that. Also, in regards to, I see a capital projects zero for 25. With all the rain that we sustained those couple of days early in the year, what happened to on the St. Croix buildings and the St. Thomas buildings?
Time.
Any issues that needed correction? That we need any capital outlays for?
So the St. Croix building needs some improvements. And we did a bid, and the bid came up to so much more than what we thought it would come up to. So we have to look forward to future year and see whether or not we can accommodate it in our budget to make those repairs.
Okay, so back to the rain issue. Did the rain get inside the buildings, any of the buildings?
When it rains real heavy, it can come inside.
Okay, so then it needs some kind of...
We need improvements.
To reach out to some different contractors and the one you got to try to get some repairs. So on the St. Croix end, Chief Negotiator, on your end on St. Croix.
Josh Springer, Chief Negotiator. No, I do not know of any
Okay.
issues
so
with
capital
the rain.
outlay. Okay, thank you. Thank you for the time, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator DeGraff. So let's go back to the buildings. So the building in St. Croix is a rental property?
It is a rental property.
And your lease with that rental property does not require the landlord to repair a leaking roof?
No, it's, in the contract, we bail out, we repair.
You repair their building, or you build out is one thing. You upfit the internal structure of the building to what you want your internal office to look like.
Mhm.
But your roof, the roof is your responsibility if you have leaks?
It's not from the roof. We
It's
are on the first
condensation?
floor. Yeah, we are on the first floor.
So what is it from?
So it's intrusion.
Pardon?
The water.
Condensation from the air condition?
No, when it rains, that was the question. So when it rains, it have a tendency for water to get in, and we have to have sandbags, which it mess up the tiles and all those
So this is
things.
not
So
in the roof, this is on the ground?
it's on the ground.
And it comes downstairs to you?
Well,
I'm trying to understand.
the
I don't know what the
settlement,
building look like.
the settlement
So you're downstairs?
is correct.
Where are
So
you located?
we are located at Orange Grove.
No. You're downstairs
We're
or
downstairs
upstairs?
on the first floor.
So you're on the first floor, and the leak comes from where? Up top?
No, from the floor, the settlement of the water on the ground.
So then why did you reference something about the roof needing to fix because of a leak?
I don't remember mentioning that.
So you said,
I'm
so what
sorry.
leaks? You said something about leaking. That's what made me ask the question.
I don't remember saying leak.
Okay, so the water comes in under the doors?
Correct.
So what repairs will you do to stop the water from coming in the doors?
Well, like I said, the tiles are all messed up from water coming in under the door, which also causes the I think it's faceboard, you call it, the bottom board, and
The fascia.
painting and all those type things that needs to be done.
So this is the issue. This is what concerns me. The landlord needs to address, to mitigate the leak coming, the water coming inside before you fix the floor. Because what's going to happen is you're going to fix it and you run into the same problem. So y'all need to make a contact with your landlord to address those issues. And I'm sure at that point we won't have an issue supporting you fixing the space so it could be livable for the employees. But there's some work that the landlord has to do to ensure that your space is livable internally.
Thank you.
That's
Senator.
basically what I was getting at.
Thank you, Senator.
Okay? All right, so let's go back to, so I know that annually we've been carrying the cost of the health insurance for the retirees. And I see that there's a number. This is an approximate number, correct? That's what this is, right?
It is an
Because the
approximate.
negotiation is not complete. Ms. Daly?
I would ask Ms. Kwashi to answer that question, but
Okay.
negotiation is not complete as yet.
Help me out, Ms. Kwashi.
So the 38 million, 38.2 million is an approximate figure.
Okay. Yeah. All right. And the Certified Public Manager Program, how much money did you spend in fiscal year '24?
So $75,000.
Okay, so how are you recruiting those employees? Is it based on their interest, or you do the recruitment?
For that cohort, we would usually share the information with the respective agencies, and they would then determine individuals who they feel should participate, and they express interest in the program.
Okay, so I think about 2 fiscal years or last fiscal year, I asked, how are you all assessing this program to determine the effectiveness of the program? What's happening with those employees? Are they being promoted? Are they now in middle management positions? Are they moving up to higher management positions? What's the status of the, what do you do to, or is there any internal opportunity or options that you, well, not options, is there anything internally that y'all are doing to evaluate what's really happening with this certified public manager program?
So thank you for that question, Senator. So what we have been doing since your inquiry is we've been collecting the names of the individuals who we've seen have been promoted because of this program, along with a listing of effective projects that have come out of this program to be implemented within the GBI. So we can provide that to you.
Okay, so you are evaluating?
Correct.
Okay. So I see here that in FY24, we budgeted some money for the health insurance consultants, $285,000. And I note that to date, you haven't spent any of that money. So do we use the consultants when we're negotiating a new contract? How does that work?
So the contract is currently being negotiated and is at property and procurement. So you will see that if you had to go and look live in ERP or one of those, you will see within the next coming weeks that that entire $285,000 is encumbered because to finalize the contract, and then we can start paying based on who the contract is given to.
So what consulting are they doing?
Valerie?
They're consulting to
Put
the
your name on the record.
Valerie Daly, Chief of Group Health Insurance. They're the consultant to the GSE board. So they assist the board in terms of acquiring the different carriers and contracts and health insurance.
And I ask the question because the current provider, they are here with us for how long? More?
Over 16, 17 years.
No,
Signal?
No, that's not what I mean. So they have a current term. When does their term expire for us to go back out to market? That's what I mean.
Is this on the contract for the insurance or the carrier or the consultant? Which one are we
The
speaking?
insurance. I'm asking
Every
to
5
get back
years.
to the, so I'm asking the question about the insurance to get back to the need for the consultants. So, yeah, that's
So
what
they
I'm
go out to
asking.
bid every 5 years, but they do every year, they do a renewal. And so you would need a consultant to help with the renewal process.
Okay, so the current insurance provider, what year are we in? What year?
They just signed this contract, I believe it was last year.
Oh, last year, right?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
So it's last year. So this year, they are on the ground now? When do they plan to come on the ground? I'm going someplace with this. When are they planning to come in on the ground?
When you say when, who is planning?
The consultants.
The consultant? The consultants work every day with the GSE board.
Okay, good. The reason why I'm asking the question is because every single year since I have sat in this institution, and we have to speak to the GSE board about this, but I'm just making sure I put it on the record because it's not within the control of any of you here. Every year, the new rates come to us right before we pass the budget, the day of sometimes. So guess what? We don't have an opportunity in the legislature to drill down and make sense out of it. That is not good business for the people of the Virgin Islands. It's bad business. And what we've done because of this, we have assumed $38 million of the retirees portion. And help me, Ms. Daly, how much of the employees portion?
The percentage for the employee, well, the employer portion is 70.
The last fiscal year, how much money? This fiscal year, how much? I think it was what?
183.1 million, and it went down for this fiscal year to 182.7 million.
That we're paying? Direct? No, but that's the whole thing though.
Right.
I'm talking about the employees portion. I'm trying to make sure that we get on the record how much the government is paying for the employees portion, not the employer portion. What we have we have taken on
34.5 million.
34.5 million. 34.5 million in addition to the 38, right?
Yes, Senator.
That's $72.5 million coming off the top of our general fund. Director, please share with the GSC board members that we expect to get this information in a timely fashion this year. They do it because they know that, because this year we're not passing the budget in, we are intending to be done based on our schedule. We intend to be done by the end of August. And we are not waiting. We need to get these numbers straight, and we need to be able to ask the questions and they answer the questions outside of this setting so we could all understand it, and then we could bring it to this setting. But it's time for us to really do a deep dive and an evaluation of this money that we're spending. This is a lot of money. Okay? And we know that this is a bill we have to pay. And I'm saying it because, you know, we hear about the fact that the GVI has a challenge with paying its vendors. This vendor that get paid. So 72.5 million. And they bring it at the last minute. And our hands are tied. Not fair to the people. Okay? Senator Fonseca, you're recognized for your 5 minutes.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, I echo that. They bring that at the last minute, because they know we got to approve it. And it's not fair because we really need to ask some questions. But welcome, Department of Personnel and the Office of Collective Bargaining Agreement. These are two well-run divisions in the government, so kudos to the staff. I wanted to start off with Ms. Springett. I think you have a total of 6 employees and 3 vacancies. Is that how it is?
We have a total of 6 employees plus 1 assistant AG from the Department of Justice, and I currently have 7 vacancies.
7. Okay, so the financial management officer, the labor relations specialist, and the paralegal positions, you've already conducted the interviews. When do you plan to onboard those positions?
No, I have not conducted interviews. We've been advertising. We've had some applicants. We continue to advertise on the one labor relations specialist on St. Thomas and the paralegal on St. Croix.
Okay, because I notice you actually have 32 collective bargaining arrangements, 32 or 33, something like that?
32.
32. So I know you're very busy, and kudos to you, because I know last year you did a wonderful job with the nurses. I know you have the teachers. There was a little thing yesterday we saw with Waste Management Authority employees. So I know you're very busy. and keep up the good work because, the employees need to know that we're recognizing and respecting those collective bargaining agreements. And we want to keep trying our best to keep the employees on grade and on step. So I'm glad to hear that your budget was not cut. And so I'm glad to know that you're actively involved with all of these collective bargaining agreements. Because, cost of living is high. It's very important. Thank you. Personnel, Division of Personnel. I want to ask you real quickly, because the governor in the state of his territory address, he mentioned the need to basically increase the workforce to get these projects, these major disaster projects. So, and he mentioned a visa program. Is the Division of Personnel involved with that?
Directly, not exactly. It's more so coming under the the Department of Labor.
Okay, labor. Okay, good. I want to go to page 14 here. Okay, the 170, you say you submitted 178 debt claims, 132 are retirees, 9 are active employees, 20 spouse, 3 are child. But when I add those up, it only comes to 164, so there's a difference of 14. Is that a number? Or the numbers are wrong? You see that if you add 132 plus 9 and 20, that's 29, and 3, that's 32. 132 plus 32 is 164. You're showing it's 174, 78, so it's a difference of 14.
So, Senator, the numbers are incorrect. We did submit additional claims after we provided this information, but it was 178 claims that was submitted to standard for the debt claims.
Okay, through the chair, can you submit the correct number?
We can.
Okay, good. I wanted to go to, and kudos, because on page 9, people of the Virgin Islands, listen, this is the official
1 minute.
report. There are more than 2 times the amount of females employed in the government than males. There are more than 2 times the amount of females, and also the average salary of the females is slightly more than the males. These are the official number coming from the Division of Personnel. That's good. Kudos. Okay, so I wanted to go to the insurance program that we was basically
30 seconds.
Basically discussing. So you are estimating that there are going to be some savings in the government insurance, health insurance costs.
Are we talking about the health insurance for the retirees?
Yeah, the retirees.
There is no savings.
There's no savings.
There is no savings. No.
Oh, okay. I thought the numbers was going to go down because with all of the wellness programs, and you're doing a wonderful job with all the wellness program, you'd figure the life expectancy of the retirees, etc., would be increasing. That's interesting. There's no savings. Okay, well that's fine. Continue to keep up this good work. And I noticed that your bills for WAPA are paid. I was checking out the stat. I noticed that your bills for WAPA are paid. So that's pretty good. Thank you, Madam Chair, for the time.
Thank you, Senator Fonseca. OCB, very quickly. So under your personal services for fiscal year 24, we appropriated $740,766. And this year, you're asking for an additional $32,129. What is the reason for that additional 4.3%?
I'll refer the question to Ms. Richards.
Kima Richards, Finance Specialist. So the additional monies will make up the difference for. So let me backtrack. In fiscal year '24, the legal counsel position was funded at 100%, whereas the 2 financial positions were funded at 50%, and those were filled with taking funding from the legal counsel and special assistant, which was funded at 100%. So now in this fiscal year, 2025, we're requesting the additional funding to make up that shortfall, also to the $26,000 difference for the increase for the chief.
Okay. So how many vacancies do you currently have?
We currently have 6 vacancies.
So you have 6 vacancies. Any of those vacancies vacant in fiscal year '23 moving into '24?
You said 23 going into 24?
Yeah, when we passed the '24 budget, what were your vacancies then?
I will defer that question back to Chief, as I wasn't on board then.
Okay, so you guys could look for it, and you have it?
The question was from '23 going into '24.
So when we passed the FY 2024 budget, do you recall, or do you have any information with regards to the amount of vacancies?
Yes, I had.
You have it?
Going into from 23 into 24, we had 4 positions vacant.
And now you've lost 2 additional persons?
Yes.
You lost 2 additional.
Yes, and then we also have, when we're telling you our employees, we don't count the justice assigned AAG,
Right,
so we have 1 of those.
No. I'm dealing with your numbers.
Okay.
So you have lost how many employees in? It's 2?
We're talking 23 to 24. Did I get that right?
No. Yes. So you said when in FY
If you were
24
asking
you had
what vacancies I had going from 23 going into 24. I counted 4. I told you 4.
No, you said 6. So it's 4?
We have a total of 6 currently.
Okay. So you have
we
6.
filled we did fill some positions during this fiscal year, but there were some separations since then.
Okay, so make it make sense. So this is how many separations? So we got to come back to the number. That's what I'm trying to do. How many separations did you have this year?
2.
Okay.
Verify.
You had 2 separations, and you had 4 going into the year, so that comes back to the 6. Did you have any new hires?
In this fiscal year, yes.
How many?
1. 2, sorry.
So if you had 2...
Because you see, so in 2023, there was a hire close to the end of the fiscal year, right? And then there were 2 more hired at the beginning of the fiscal year. I've had a few other hires since that. And then I had some separation. So it's as if...
I see what you're saying. So you don't have any new positions?
New positions will be the legal counsel position that was approved for fiscal year '24.
So that's where the number is off. You had 1 new position.
Yes.
Okay, 1 new. And and you were able to hire your legal counsel?
Not as yet, no.
What's the status of that?
We were able to complete the job spec. We had, because of how the funding was for all the positions, we were not able to fill it in so far. We had some positions that were funded at 50%, some were funded at 100%. Some of them were already being actively advertised, and so the funding was short to fill the legal counsel position. But we also had to do basically preparing to put it online, which is creating a job spec and so forth.
Where do you need a job spec? You don't have a legal counsel now?
We have an assistant attorney general under the Department of Justice. That's a justice job spec, but we could not use that same. We use it, of course, the information is similar, but we could not use that title for the position.
So as you move to hire a legal counsel, is it that you're sending back the assistant attorney general that would no longer support you?
No, we're not.
So then why are we mixing the bag the way we're mixing it? You have 2 lawyers on your team. One will be an assistant attorney general. The other one would be legal counsel. Is the responsibility different?
No, but the assistant attorney generals are DOJ employees. Two of those are, there are 2 positions at Department of Justice specifically for OCB. We had requested additional because of their caseload and the responsibility for our legal team in OCB. So we're trying to increase the number. We won't send them back.
Yeah, but you understand, I think we asked you this question last fiscal year, you know, as we're talking about this.
Well, as you know, I was not present physically.
Yeah, this conversation is not new. So the concern is you have lawyers coming to work for the Office of Collective Bargaining. The title of one is going to be Assistant Attorney General. Are they doing the same work? Because I see you have a whole caseload here. Will they be doing the same work as a legal counsel position?
Yes.
So why are we? You don't see that becoming an eventual challenge for you?
I'm not clear on your concern. I don't see the challenge.
You have employees with different titles doing the same job.
But
while the employee is coming from the Department of Justice, there must be a way to align it. Then if that's the case, then petition to remove the assistant attorney generals from there and have them fill the slots that you have.
I'll take it.
But you have these different. You are OCB, so you know that how employees are when you have different titles, same job. These things will create problems.
I'll take it under consideration,
Yeah.
Senator.
So we discussed this last time. This is a potential issue that you're creating in your shop. If you have a AAG, then should we just... So how much assistant attorney generals you have assigned to you right now?
Currently 1.
And you said that there is a responsibility for the Department of Justice assigned to?
Yes.
And what is the challenge there?
Funding.
Okay, so you see the issue. So we give you the funding to hire the position. We could have just say in the AG office, Assistant Attorney General of Labor, and have them send them to you. That's what we should have done. That's what makes sense, and that's what avoids us having any challenges with employment issues. So it's kind of strange that we're having this conversation with the employment folks. Y'all should be the one telling us this is, what makes better sense for us to do. So that's something we need to look at, because we should not be moving in that direction. It's expeditious for now, but it does not help it doesn't help the organization with employee issues. You just don't want to place the organization in that position. So we have to figure that out. Senator James Sr., you're recognized for your 5 minutes.
Greetings to the people of the U.S. Thank you, Madam Chair, for the time. My question is to the Division of Personnel. As we page 7 of the post-audit report speaks to training, if I'm not mistaken. Yes, training. And it continues on page 8. And within that training division or whatever section you have, unit, it speaks to 3 positions. Can you speak to those 3 positions? What are those 3 positions?
Those 3 positions are the Strategy and Organizational Development Officer, Human Resources Technician, and a Training Coordinator.
Okay, and then I saw under training, which is page continues on page 8, it mentions that that unit provides customer service. So that unit has a budget of $330,544 for FY 2025. So my question is, out of that $330,000, how much is allotted specifically just for customer service training? Because I see you have customer service as one of the things that you provide to the executive branch workforce.
That $330,544 is solely for personnel services.
So there's no cost associated to customer service training?
There is cost in training that is utilized for all the trainings that are provided.
Give me the cost for customer service training.
All of our costs are rolled up in that $25,000 under general funds. I do not have a breakout as to the different trainings and the different costs for the trainings.
Because I'm trying to get it together. It says this unit is expected to receive additional funds from the training revolving fund in amount of $45,000. So I need to know, in addition to the $45,000, how much more is used for specifically for training and not for personnel services? What's the grand total?
The $45,000 is an estimated cost.
The grand total I use specifically for training, costs associated to training. Forget about customer service for now. We get back to that. You said in the post-audit report, it says this unit is expected to receive additional funds from the training revolving fund in the amount of $45,000. So with additional $45,000, how much more you have specifically for training?
Approximately 25 more. So the total would be approximately 70,000.
Okay, so out of that 70,000, how much goes towards customer service training, and how many customer service training can you put on in a fiscal year utilizing that fund?
I do not have that breakout. I can provide that to you through the chair.
The reason why I'm asking that, as we speak to a budget, we need to have an idea of how many you can put together, because this government definitely needs customer service. You know, if you have the resources or you have the means to do it, I salute you, but we need to know how many customer service trainings you can put on in a year. And if not, at least me. Because customer service sucks for General's government. I don't put it out there. You know, sometimes I call and I pretend to be just somebody else. I don't care to call out Senator Javon James, because I might get Senator Javon James treatment, which is maybe mostly good at sometimes, and sometimes it might just be bad. But it doesn't matter who calls. You should treat everyone with respect. You know, I love our people, but we have a long way to go. So I'm going to follow up. So through the chair, I'd like to request that out of that 70,000, how much goes towards customer service training, and how many customer service training in a fiscal year
30 seconds.
Can put. And then moving right along, I see where you have the cooperative testing, and there's a total of $9,422. That's on page 10. It speaks to the testing for fire, correctional officers, and VIPD. For the FY 2025, utilizing that $9,422, how many tests each agency or department will be able to conduct with that funding? You have those numbers?
Time.
Go ahead.
And the reason why I'm asking this again, VIPD has a strong need for police officers, and not just VIPD, but across the board when it comes to law enforcement. And we continue to give these funds, but I never really saw a breakdown of how many tests and how many trainings utilizing the funding that we give y'all that can be put together. So if somebody could just answer that. I think my time was called, but you can answer that, please.
Hello, good afternoon, Senator. This is Millicent O'Bain, Territorial Administrative Recruitment and Classification. It all depends. Most of that funding is for police at the different ranks. the testing that we actually provide for them, and also because of the fact that within every year or every other year, we change those exams because we want to make sure that we capture information that is part of what they actually do in the Virgin Islands. So the customization process itself may be a certain amount of money, and then the total number of officers that actually take the test. I have a breakdown. If you would like me to share that with you, I could actually have it, I can go through it with you now, or I could have it sent to you so you could see the total number of actual officers that actually have taken these tests. And these exams, as I mentioned, it is all part of their collective bargaining agreements, and that is where this money comes from.
Madam Chair, I would just simply ask if the previous speaker can just submit that to the chair so we can have a better idea of when we fund these things, how much bang of our buck we'll be able to get. Thank you, Madam Chair, for the time.
Thank you. Senator James, specifically, what is the through the chair request?
I apologize, I do not know her name, so I'm saying she. But the previous speaker, when it comes to the cooperative testing on page 10, it speaks to a total of $9,422 from the general fund that goes towards the cooperative testing for fire, correctional officers, and VIPD. So I was trying to get is an average of how many tests for each department or agency we were able to get utilizing that 9,422. And I know that she said that it varies, but we need to have an average and an understanding of how many testing, knowing that we have a strong need for police officers and correctional officers in this government. Thank you, Madam Chair, for the time.
Thank you, Senator James. So how many tests did we administer in fiscal year 24 thus far?
Promotional, we do not do testing for entrance police officer. But if you're talking about promotional exams, I can give you that information.
Whatever the funding is used for is what the senator is trying to ascertain.
I will add these numbers up for you. I have it on a spreadsheet right now.
Just remind me when you get it.
I have it for you. Thank you.
No problem. All right, so let me go back quickly to the Office of Collective Bargaining. So in 2023, your supplies expenditure was $14,000. In 2024, we appropriated $45,000. I do not recall why we increased that amount so exponentially. Chief Negotiator Springett, can you tell us the purpose of that entire $45 million, or that significant increase?
45,000.
45,000. Are you talking millions these days? Yeah, sorry.
Yes, I recall there being a need we had a lot of equipment to purchase. Also, we have a very aging network that required some, can you hear me? We had a very aging network, and we needed to purchase some equipment. A lot of our devices were outdated and required some upgrades or replacement. That's what I recall at this time.
Okay, so then tell me, how have you expended those dollars in FY24?
FY24.
This fiscal year.
I will direct that question to Ms. Richards.
Ms. Richards?
Nikema Richards. So thus far for fiscal year 24, the funds have been expended for the day-to-day office supplies, as well as we have secured the purchase orders and start the payment process for a lot of the IT upgrades.
Okay, so the IT upgrades, right? Okay, so and I noticed that, are you intending to continue the IT upgrades in fiscal year 2025? Because the amount in 2025 is still significant. Basically, what I'm seeing here is the balancing out of the appropriation from 24 to 25 as the capital project amount was removed. And that's not something that we could do. We need to get information that says to us, this is what you truly need. What we're seeing here is a balancing out of the numbers because an amount was removed. So 32.5 is the 12,000 less, but it's still twice as much as what was appropriated in 2023. So is the work continuing? What is the reason for an additional $12,000 over 2023?
So right now, what's being done, it's, please excuse, I'm not too technical, but more so the server upgrades is what's being done right now, and we're looking forward in 2025 to complete the whole IT upgrade, in which we'll be able to replace computers, laptops, and stuff like that in 2025.
Okay, so what did you use your $68,000 for in capital projects?
So that's $68,000 for capital. That money actually has not been utilized. It was actually slated to do some office upgrades in St. Thomas. However, after receiving quotes, it was revealed that the project, it's actually not considered capital because it does not meet that $50,000 threshold.
Capital have to meet a $50,000 threshold, Ms. Kwashi?
Not that I'm aware of. I'm not
Yeah.
100% sure on that, if anything has changed.
Because I know there was a change in how you apply the category for computers. Those could potentially fall under supplies, right?
Which is data processing.
So I understand the data processing piece, but I'm not following the 68,000. What was the reason for the request of the 68,000 last year, Ms. Springett, Attorney Springett?
At the time, it's the same thing. Some of the office upgrades, we had to make some repairs in the St. Thomas office. We also had the same network upgrades. We expected to replace at first the entire network. When we received estimates for both of the projects, as Ms. Richards said, they were lower than we expected. And yes.
I ain't understanding this one. I'm not following this. What category does network upgrades fall under?
Ms. Richards?
That was placed under small tools. Small tools and minor equipment. I think that's exactly what it's called in the ERP.
And the server?
Same budget category. So everything for the server upgrades, the IT upgrades right now, it's under the small tools and minor equipment. So it's like servers, I think they call it routers, access points.
Okay. And the upgrades in the office was outside of the servers, what else? I'm just trying to figure out the capital projects part of it.
We had to remove carpet and tile the floors in the St. Thomas office.
Did that happen?
No, not as yet. We removed the carpet so far.
But that's not capital outlay.
No, that's why she's saying that the projects that we're working on should not have been.
Yeah, but it's not the amount. It's the category that they should fall under. Other services and charges, you have a 17.64% increase as well. What's the reason for that?
Ms. Richards?
So the increase in the other services category is where the bulk of the $68,000 from capital in this fiscal year was placed, considering that we're not able to do the floors this year with the monies being placed in capital and the endeavor not being capital in nature.
So then, what prevented you from coming to the legislature and asking for a transfer? For a reauthorization? We could have done that last week so we could get this done. Because we don't want to go into fiscal year 24-5 with funding that we don't have. And it would be unfortunate that you lose the opportunity to get this done. All right. Senator Gittins, you're recognized for your 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and good afternoon to all. Let me start with OCB first. Before me is a copy of the Virgin Islands Code 24 VIC Section 377, which speaks to the creation or establishment of the Office of Collective Bargaining and also outlines your statutory responsibility, where it includes exclusively representing the executive branch of government and its departments and divisions and negotiations on its behalf in all collective bargaining proceedings and coordinating the government's position in all mediation and arbitration cases and labor disputes. Now, my question to you first is, what's your communication and or interaction, Chief Negotiator, your office's communication and or interaction like with the respective agency or department heads, especially in order to avoid grievances and having to pay out large sums of back pay?
Our communication with our communication, first of all, is not only with agency heads. You're talking about grievances, and as you know, a number of grievances may begin at a lower level. Are you hearing me?
But Attorney, answer the question specifically, though. I know you don't have just with agency heads.
Okay.
But I want you to answer that specifically because I'm going somewhere.
The question is my communication with agency heads. I do communicate with agency heads about labor relations, avoiding additional costs, and the matters that you just referenced.
So I'm asking that, and I don't expect you to, and I don't want you to get into any particular grievance or arbitration. But I'm looking at an arbitration award that was granted from back in March 2023. And it granted something specifically and made the order clear to reinstate a grievance. To date, we are now in June of 2024, and that arbitration award is not granted. That's why I'm asking, what's the communication or interaction like with the agency heads? Because in this case, it's not the union to return the employee to work. It's the agency head. And in cutting costs or trying to fill the government deficit, you play a key role in making sure that agency heads adhere to these types of arbitration awards. I see under pending cases, you said that you have 325 cases, of which 49 were successful in closing through arbitration. How is this? I'm wondering if this one case that I have before me is one of those 49 that you're speaking of, because then there's no follow through.
Senator, to begin, it's cases through various means. They're disposed of through various means. If the case we were speaking about from, we gave you October 1, 2022 to May 24, bear in mind when we say that we're successful in closing them, it's in our office in terms of whether it's settled, we attend a hearing, we get a dispositive motion, order, and so forth. Going back to your original question, we provide when an arbitration decision is issued, or any decision is issued for that matter, we do, of course, inform the agency head of the decision, provide sufficient guidance in complying with the decision, and we provide support as necessary beyond that, the date that the decision is issued.
All right, we'll have the conversation separately, but I ask this because I want to ensure that the Office of Collective Bargaining stay on some of these agency and department heads so that we can prevent the government from having to make these large sums of payout. I like your
30 seconds.
I like your statement where you say OCB continues its statutory commitment to amicably resolve pending cases and avoiding future ones. But we're not avoiding future ones if we have an arbitration award done from March 2023 and we're in June 2024 and there's still no adherence. Madam Chair, I know time is coming. I just want to beg your indulgence quickly. The vision of personnel. Was time called?
Go ahead, Senator.
Thank you. Division of Personnel, I continue to ask agency heads whether or not Government House is the HR arm of this government, because every vacancy, everybody come here and sit before us and say, they send the documentation to Government House. Isn't the Division of Personnel the key HR hub for the government of the Virgin Islands? And this is established in 3 VIC Section 452, correct?
Yes, Senator.
Okay. So, and you're to establish and maintain a system of personnel administration based on the merit principles and all the stuff with dealing with appointments, promotion, transfer, layoff, removal, discipline, etc. And this is a conversation that we had with the exit NOPAs, etc., and whether or not your agency will also be a custodian of these documents, because upon retirement, an employee shouldn't have to be running helter-skelter trying to find a NOPA. You're also a custodian of all government NOPAs, correct?
Correct.
So, regarding the 100+ vacancies, applicants that you stated that you have, you said it was something like 180 and just a little over 100 of those applicants were actually qualified. Some were military personnel, etc. Because we have such a high demand to fill these vacancies, are you all discussing any way that you could waive some of these entry exams and try to expedite people coming on, especially if they have military experience or advanced degrees?
Thank you for that question, Senator. In the testimony, we did indicate that we do have waivers for those individuals with degrees and a military background. So we are, in fact, taking that into consideration.
Okay, I would love to see proof in the pudding, though, with this, because it seems like everything is stagnant. Every time the agencies come before us, we see all these vacancies still. And lastly, based on the President's line of questioning earlier, I was hustling coming back here, and he asked a question that I usually ask about with regards to the exit interviews, and the question wasn't fully answered in my estimation. As the government of the Virgin Islands HR hub, is there any evidence of exit interviews taking place at the respective agencies and departments? In your response, you gave that you can see in your queue the resignation letter. However, in a resignation letter, at times people are just furious. They don't even send you the reason why they're leaving. They're just leaving hot-head. Outside of that, is there any evidence of exit interviews taking place?
So again, Senator, we have provided the HRs with the tools in order to conduct those exit interviews. I do know that in some agencies it is being done, but we can continue to encourage, and we can start to look into requesting from the respective HRs if in fact it is being done, and provide you with that data at a later time.
The agencies sound like you're moving from a point of weakness. I can't accept that response. If you are the HR hub and this is the mechanism that you have in place to make things more streamlined and more effective, then there should be some adherence. And if agency heads are not adhering to your instructions, then you should invoke it to the chief executive during you all's cabinet meeting. Thank you all for all that you're doing. I know that you all are working, but there's more to be done, and this is why I have to ask the questions that I'm asking. Thank you much, and to your director, I don't know why every time I want to call her name, I can't remember her name, but your director that saw that I was double paying this government for so long, I want to thank you all for your diligence and seeing this. Because if my mom was around, she would have hit me 2 cuffs and say, I always tell you to look at your check stubs. So I'm thanking your team for being so diligent in looking at those documents. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Gittens. You mean to tell me a lady save your money, save you money, and you don't remember her name? Her name is Miss Daly. You remember her name? Come on, family.
My humble apologies.
Oh my goodness. Let's go back to what the senator was just talking about. I know that the thing that I hear a lot in all of the conversations from the agencies is we encourage. There's a lot of encouraging going on. How do we get to action, right? So when an employee leaves the government, they have to process their NOPA through the Division of Personnel, correct?
Correct.
Great. So what prevents, let me know ask it in a manner. Do you think that you can put a policy in place that says once you submit your, what is it NOPA called? Your exit NOPA, your, whatever the NOPA is.
Yeah, termination or resignation.
So, resignation NOPA, whatever it is, that the agency have to attach what my colleagues is talking about. That allows you attach information around the reason for leaving. So you could put a form together. I mean, some people, it's optional. It's optional, but they have to show that the employees sign off and say they didn't want to do it. You see what I'm saying? Can we put that in the system? Because I agree with him that it's important for us to collect data, because the only way we can improve our government is to collect data around what the challenges are, so we can make the necessary improvements. Absent of that.
So yes, that is something that we can ask the HRs to attach and include as part of that process. I just also want to just note that there's times in which agencies receive a letter of resignation citing effective immediately, and sometimes the HR does not even get the chance to do that exit interview. But it is something that we can start to encourage. Like I said, we did provide them with a package and a form in order to do that exit interview, so we could then look into that being a requirement as part of their termination package.
Well, you have different categories. So if it's somebody who just resigned, and people want their annual leave, they want their this, they want their that, they got to sign the form.
Yes.
I mean,
Understood.
a termination is different. It's clear, it says termination, so you don't have an expectation around that. But employees who are leaving at will, you gather the information so you can have an idea as to what our challenges are, and then you utilize it as basically your survey, so you do have information as these are the reasons why employees are leaving our government.
Yes, noted.
It's
Thank
important.
you. Mhm.
So thank you for that, Senator Gittins. Now, going back to OCB. So OCB, you have, and it goes back to the question that Senator Gittins asked. So once you spoke about you closed 49 cases. If those cases have a funding obligation, money obligation, how do y'all treat those? How do you treat it from your office?
We we inform the agency of their obligation to pay or process whatever is necessary for a payment if there's a payment due. We get verification that it was completed. Hopefully I'm answering your question.
So I just think that we need to take that a step further too. So you close a case that has something monetary attached to it.
Right. We provide the agency with a copy of the order, lay out the details of what is required for compliance with the order. The agency we do not process the monetary.
But do you have a listing that says, these are the cases and this is the monetary amount? What is that relationship between your office and the Office of Management and Budget to ensure? Because it's one thing to close the cases. I have a gentleman, as you're aware, he didn't get paid yet. And this has been a good minute. But what is that relationship? Because that should become part of the budget process. When your office is submitting your budget, I remember back in the day, we used to have an arbitration fund or something.
Yes, that fund is no longer, that fund does not contain any monies. It was specifically, I have the actual sources of funds for that account.
So that's my point.
Mm-hmm.
So every year, you should be bringing before the legislature, this is the amount that needs to be, based on what we've closed, right? Closed. This is what we've closed for fiscal year, whatever. So at minimum, the employees will be paid by the next fiscal year. But if nobody's monitoring that, that's paid at the whim and the will of that particular commissioner. No?
I can't say it's at the whim. I can't say that. I do know that we provide sufficient guidance on what is done, what needs to be done. We get information as to where it is periodically. We get proof of payment because it's not only, we have other payments like for arbitrators and so forth, so we keep track of those. We do, to your question, your first question, we do keep track of what is owed for each case once the case is closed.
Do you have that?
I do not have it, but I can
you send that
locate
through the
it.
chair? Please provide an update of all of the arbitrations, all of the cases through arbitration. Where you have it, this positive orders, withdrawals, settlements, etc., to this committee with the amounts owed. We don't necessarily have to see the employee, but we want the amount and the department that is attached to. And we will have the conversation, because if we need to add them to the budget for 2024 to make sure that these people get paid, then that's what we need to do. But it's not okay. It's not okay for individuals' cases to be settled, the matter to be settled, and it take years and years. Some of these settlements, there's interest associated with them if you don't pay them in a certain amount of days, right?
No.
So we don't do that no more?
Not, Senator, I know in these cases that we're speaking about, no. And by statute, the government does not pay interest on these matters.
Okay, so that's why there's no urgency to pay out these items. There isn't, I'm telling you. I mean, as a senator, I'm finding myself getting involved, calling departments to say, these people need their money. And we got to go through every step, the OMB release, the payout, and on and on and on. We got to do better than that. Senator Gittins, you're recognized for your point of information.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. And you asked for half of what I was just about to ask for as well, because this is definitely costing us. Through the chair, approximately how long should it take an agency to adhere to an arbitration award?
Jean Springett, I cannot provide a time frame. I'm mindful of the different steps that it takes to obtain funding, process documents, get approvals throughout the chain, and get a check processed. So I cannot provide you with a time frame because we're not the ones processing them.
Okay.
And
in the meantime,
it varies by agency.
Okay, and in the meantime, it's costing us because some of these orders are stating specifically to go retroactive back to years past. And this one in particular that I'm looking at takes us back to retroactive 2019. So we will now be paying an employee that should have been reinstated 1 whole year ago. We have just paid a whole year vacation pay. So while it might not be any interest owed, we do have to pay it in retroactivity. So I will be looking forward for those documents as well coming through the chair. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Madam Chair, just I can also submit and clarify whether interest is also included. I just gave that from memory based on a statute that I'm familiar with, but I'll verify.
Well, some says if you don't pay within a certain day period of time, you got to pay X amount and Y amount. So therein lies some of the challenges. All right. Let's go back to the division of personnel. So I see that in fiscal year 2024, so we have to fix this. They move your utility to the single payer. It's not under your budget, so we got to put it back. It'll come out in the year that it is to be paid. So under your, did I ask you this question already? Personnel. So you have how many vacancies?
5.
In the mic.
We have 5 vacancies.
And what's your total amount of positions under the general fund?
44.
44, and you have 5 vacancies. Are they considered critical vacancies?
Yes.
Okay. So I see you have an increase in your personal services of 14%, 395,242. What is the reason for that increase?
Repeat the question. For what amount?
Personnel services, there's an increase. Your personal services last year was 2.8, this fiscal year, 2.854696. And this year, the recommendation is 3.249938, which there's a difference of 395,000.
That is to accommodate the salary increases as well as the vacant positions that was not budgeted in 2024. We're asking to make sure that it's budgeted in 2025.
I ain't following that. What vacant positions did you have in 2024? In 2025 that were not budgeted in 2024? Yeah. Are they new? Are they now funded? What are you saying?
So we had, let's see, 2024.
Mm-hmm. And while we're waiting for you, Attorney Springett, just send back to the committee an update of your personnel listing, please, updated personnel listing, and a breakdown of how you plan to utilize your supplies and other services category for fiscal year 24. 5, sorry. Okay?
Yes, personnel list, updated personnel listing and how we intend to use the funds in supplies.
Supplies and other services and charges. You ready for me, Ms. Kwashi?
Yes. So we had, in 2024, we had $46,000 budgeted for the recruiter. We are asking to fill that position in 2024 and make it whole in 2025. So that's an additional, the full position is 92,000.
So you're basically talking about the fact that we gave you like 50% or 75% or something.
Correct. So to make the positions whole, from 2024 to 2025, we're asking for.
So tell us what this recruiter is going to be doing.
You want to speak over it? Maybe you want to speak
Are we
to it?
recruiting for specific critical needed positions? What are we recruiting?
Well, so we, currently we have our regular staff who is also doing the computer work.
Tell me about the recruiter.
Okay. So the recruiter would be actively recruiting. So all the interruption in staff of going out and trying to recruit and not having the type of results that even you, Senator, would like to see, we expect from a recruiter. Off island, in the Caribbean, far-reaching and recruiting, bringing back people who have left because of jobs, and giving ideas and spin-off of how we can make the Virgin Islands the employer of choice.
So who are you recruiting for? Are you recruiting for the entire government?
Central government.
So currently you go out and do recruitment outside of the job fairs that you have?
That's what we can do.
No.
The job fairs.
I'm asking you, what do you currently, from time to time, I know you have job fairs, but I'm asking you, do you currently go out? Because you said that your employees internally, they have their other responsibilities. So it will cause them to have to stop to do recruiting. So I'm asking you specifically, what are you doing now other than the job fairs?
The last time we were able to go off island and try to recruit off island was in 2022. We are unable to do far-reaching.
So this is, I don't have an issue with a recruiter. What I have an issue with is a lack of a structure. So we know that we have a challenge in the Virgin Islands with salaries, right? So the last time you went to recruit, how many people did you get?
I don't have that data.
Give me a ballpark figure. How much you have to know at least how many departments you hire. Do you know?
We
put
had
your name
10.
on the record. Put your name on the record.
Millicent Tobin, Territorial Administrator, Recruitment Classification. You talking about the Georgia when we went to Atlanta? 10.
Okay, 10. Okay, so you're able to bring back 10 people. For what departments?
It was a combination of different departments.
Give me high level.
Department of Education, that's semi-autonomous. We helped them. We also had corrections, Bureau of Corrections, just on the top of my head. Those were the agencies, ma'am.
All right, but that's a lot of money that the government spent on that. So all of those departments traveled and went and did that recruiting event. And we get 10 people out of it. And I said that to say that in order to attract individuals to the Virgin Islands or people back home, we have to really look at our salary structure. And we have, before we do that though, we also have to look at our critically needed positions. So if you're saying to me that you're looking for a recruiter to begin to look at those different buckets of critically needed positions, I can appreciate that conversation, in addition to also saying, look, based on my recruiting work, these are the salaries that it should look like, and this is what we need to be moving towards. But we can't have we cannot have a recruiter that don't have a structure around it.
Yeah, and just so I can add to that. So not only that Atlanta trip, but we also went out to the University of Florida, and we went to their nursing schools, and we were able to discuss and talk to potential graduates and encourage them to come back home. We also have some very hard to fill positions, such as, let's say, Department of Justice, their medical examiner position. That is a high salary position, and they're having a hard time to fill that position. I have requests from, let's say, Public Works with engineers and other agencies, even to certain, the other agencies that need these hard to fill positions. So by us having a recruiter, they could target some of those positions. Because even the way we've been advertising recently, we've started to do it more on a demand or industry base. So we're actually posting these hard to fill positions. So having that recruiter would then allow us to then focus on these hard to fill positions, to include some of the projects that you see coming down from ODR and what they need, especially from the financial and grant management side of the house. They'll be able to focus on those hard to fill positions.
I'm glad that you brought up the financial and grants management, because I think it's time that that we have career type employees. We've lost a lot of good financial people from this government because of the exempt status and the politics. And we are feeling the pinch now. So those are the types of things that we would like to see coming out of the Division of Personnel as it relates to those classified non-union type employees that you put them on the scale that they should be on. So I know you talked about the engineers, and you talked about Public Works in particular. Public Works, I don't know if they increased their salary, but they're only paying $68,000 for an engineer. Who are we recruiting? As it relates to the medical examiner, that has long been a challenge. But where are we advertising for ME? Where?
So that's the thing. You have to go to the national level to do that. So the funding for that as well, to be able to advertise, is something that I know that they're having issues with, and they have reached out to us to assist them in our reach to advertise, even from the NeoGov platform that can, in fact, get us onto some of those national job boards.
And what is the cost on a national job board?
It depends. They vary. We have recently looked into those prices, and sometimes just to have a job posted for 15 days can run anywhere from $169 to $350 just for 15 days.
But you're saying that you're hiring a recruiter. You're going to have the same problem. You see what I'm saying?
So
you have to figure out where you want to spend your money.
Yes. So when I said that, I've just said this is what we're looking at now without a recruiter, that to advertise on those job boards, that's how much it would cost.
Yeah, but we've been long not having an ME. We weighing a couple dollars to go on the national sites with needing a medical examiner in the territory. How much money, what, isn't that Department of Justice?
It is.
Yeah,
so I'm sure they have other initiatives. I'm just mentioning that they have reached out to us to assist them with some of the tools and resources that we have in posting and getting the word out about that vacancy.
Well, that's been going on for too long, and there's something that needs to be. You need to put out a universal recruitment on that. Senator Gittins, you're recognized for your point of information.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Be in trouble sometimes. I had one point of information, and you just said three things that really been on the top of my mind. The medical examiner, these exempt positions that's through the roof in government now, and I'm not going to even do the breakdown again. But the first, what I wanted to ask about was this off-island recruiting. And Madam Chair, you spoke to salaries. We have a challenge for real, but when we're doing these off-island recruiting, are we doing, do we have a contract that these individuals sign as they come on? And I ask this because I have knowledge. We received complaints and documentation where they did this same recruitment in Atlanta and relocate it, allow people to uproot themselves, relocate home, and change the salary as the person looking to start. If you promise just say $60,000, then when you look, the person coming on, you change the NOPA to say $45,000. Are we signing contracts with these individuals before they come home if we're doing any more of these off-island recruiting?
Senator, I'm not aware of any particular contracts as you're referencing. I do know that when the individual is hired, they do have hiring documents in which they have to sign accepting the salary and the title for the various positions they're being hired for.
So I'm seeing heads bobbing and weaving there. Yes, I saw those documents too, but what I'm saying is I didn't see where there was adherence to the promise of the one salary, and then when you look, they get a NOPA showing up to $15,000 less. So I'm just bringing this to the forefront to ask you all, if you're doing any more of these things, make sure that you're able to fulfill the promises, especially after people have uprooted themselves to do a relocation. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Gittins. How much money did you expend? Have you expended all of your dollars for the employee recognition activities? See, we had 80,000 here.
Yes, we have.
You have? Okay. All right. Senator DeGraff, do you have a burning question? You may proceed.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In regards to women may get mammograms. In regards to mammograms that women get, this one. They may need to do density tests of the breast. Can they be negotiated or new insurance contract that for those in regards to that for women?
The mammograms are free under the insurance, but if you have more details or more specifics, that's something that the board can answer.
Okay, I got to follow up on it offline. But I just wanted to know also in regards to the exit interview. It is mandatory on the end of the department given the exit interview, but is it mandatory on the individual who is exited?
Florine O'Dane Hassel, Assistant Director. We asked the agencies to give the exit interviews, and majority of them do. However, the employee does not have to do the exit interview if they don't want to.
Okay, because that's how I figured, and you know, in terms of gaining information or data from that, I think it becomes a little tricky. Other than, you know, what you basically are doing.
Correct. You would find that, like the director said, a lot of the letters that we receive, because it's attached to the NOPAs, why they're leaving, and some people are very detailed as to why they're leaving.
Mm-hmm.
Very much so, and very honest and upfront as to why.
Okay. All right. Thank you for the time, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator DeGraff. One more question, and then we're going to close. I don't think that I clarified. We got the other services and charges category, just the not inclusive of the insurance, just your expense for other services. I see that there's an increase of $120,000. What's the purpose of that increase?
So, Senator, when we were before you last budget hearing, by some error, the NeoGov cost was not placed in the budget However, we utilize the funding that you gave for, let's say, with the acts for the LMS program, which was approximately, if I'm not mistaken, approximately 126, if I'm not mistaken. And so we had to utilize that and all our other funds to try to see if we could pay NeoGov, because we have to pay NeoGov. So in order to function as an agency, we asking that you honor the 120.
That may have been an error.
Yeah, I believe so.
So do this for me. Just submit to the chair, through the chair, submit an updated listing of your other services and charges category. Other services and charges. You have it already?
It is correct in our book.
What page?
It is on page...
The testimony of the commission.
Yes, the
director?
testimony. It is on page 6, and it's in its entirety from repair maintenance all the way down to the
Oh, yeah, it's
professional
500 or something.
services.
I saw it, yeah.
Everything
I saw it.
is listed so that we don't have that problem again.
What is asked nicely? What is asked nicely? I'm working on it. What's asked nicely? Yeah, could you recognize the mic of my chair on the floor? Go ahead.
Gabriel Knight, Strategy and Organizational Development Officer. It's the software program that we use to collect employee data on their employee experience within the agencies.
So that's done how often?
We send out surveys on a daily basis, anywhere between 50 to 100 employees.
And what's the feedback?
The feedback in terms of what they say or the response rate?
Both.
The response rate is just under 20%, and the feedback varies from overjoyed to disgruntled.
So then it still goes back to the conversation we had earlier. Are you collecting your data? And do you do it by department so you can see what's happening with the responses in respective departments, or you just overall random?
We can generate reports by departments.
Yeah, okay. All right, and what's the net motion?
Good afternoon, Corder. I'm Chief of Information Technology, Division of Personnel. Net motion is the software that we utilize that allows the Division of Personnel and employees to work from anywhere remotely. We implemented the software prior to COVID.
So who paying for that? We?
The Division of Personnel, yes.
Okay. So how did you?
No, we utilize it daily. This allows us to be out of the office, but still have access to office resources, answer phones, cell phones, and things of the like.
It's a good thing, but let me ask you, how are we pushing this out to other departments and agencies?
We implemented it for Division of Personnel. We haven't pushed it out to other agencies.
I mean, I don't know what the government's policy is, or are you working on a policy for?
When we implemented NetMotion, the purpose of it was we had a management team and individuals from our training unit that were just by the daily duties of the daily duties were outside of the office, but still needed access to office resources.
Okay, so that sounds like that should come from your indirect cost money, though. We're struggling. Yeah, man.
But it did came in. The software did came in good for us.
I
of
could see
course,
that.
COVID and stuff like other initiatives.
Y'all were working on a project. What was the name of that project again? We were doing scanning and.
It's the scanning project.
Is it done?
No.
Where is it here?
The scanning project there is in professional services with Tyler Tech.
Well, that's Tyler Technology.
Yes.
Okay, so when that will finish?
We only have one employee working on this project.
That wasn't the
and
question. When is it going to finish?
We do not have an end date at this time.
Because the last time we spoke about this, you did give an end date. You did. I mean, you have to have an end date. Even if you have one employee, that employee, you have to know whether or not what the expectation is. You may not meet the goal post, but you have to have some expectation. How are you able to then manage or assess is the word, not manage. How are you able to assess whether or not there is productivity there if you don't have an end date? You have to have an end date?
Because of the volume of files, like, for example, last year, we were at a 2%, 2 points, something percent in the scanning. And right now, we are a little bit over 6%.
So do we utilize summer employees? How are we getting to the end of this? This is a lot of money. We've been discussing this for a while. This is old records, right?
Yes. Well, it's active and, actually old records, yes. Because everything is being done in ERP now.
Okay.
Yes.
So are you up to a certain year? How are you doing it?
We're doing it alphabetically.
So what alphabet are you at?
We are at, the last time check was D. There's
How
in
long have we
David.
been doing this?
This is, 3 years?
You sure ain't longer than that?
It's about 3 years because we first had to bring Tyler Tech in, get the training, get everything going, and
this is a good project, right? But you have to figure out around that project, how do you fast track that project? Is it that you need people to come in part-time? Do you need to get, we have students who are in these different programs at the high schools that come to work with us. I have students that work for me this summer. I could have sent one of them to you. I'm just saying, what is that? What are you have to lay out when you want this to be finished. And then you put the resources around it. Even if you're not able to pay for it, there are ways for you to get the resources to take care of this.
good ideas.
Okay.
Senator. Yes.
All right. Travel. We taking that one out of high budget this year, right? Use your indirect cost money.
We don't have.
I'm kidding. All right. Okay. I think that's it.
Frighten me.
That's it. Ms. Obain, you have something you wanted to share?
In regards to the total number of exams that Senator Javon James had asked recently, yeah, okay, it's 245 tests so far, but like I indicated, it varies because upcoming for the later part of this year, we still have to factor in entrance fire for the St. Thomas district, which will not be nothing less than 120, fire corporal, you're talking about all these firefighters, that will be eligible to take these promotional exams. We're talking about fire sergeants, within both districts. We have requests that actually came in that we are getting ready to have a pre-planning meeting with these agencies.
So that'll happen prior to the close or after this fiscal year?
We're working on prior to the close.
Okay, good.
Thank you.
Got it. All right, and this is something that basically happens annually. Got it. All right, so we're about to close. There were several through the chair requests. I have to, because sometimes the requests are not clear, so I've been reading them back into the record for a reason. So I'm going to start from the bottom up. So it says, submit a listing of all the other services and charges category.
Which is
Right? And that's for both Ms. Springett and Attorney Springett, and that's for both OCB and DPP. And then the updated personnel listing for OCB as well as DPP. And information on your arbitration, your other, what did I say, OCB? DOP, I'm sorry, Department of Personnel, Division of Personnel. Update on all those settled matters. OCB. Information on them, so we could see what's outstanding. So I suspect it's going to require you to also reach out to some of these agencies to find out the status. But I really think you need to put a system in place to get to know exactly what's happening with them. And there was one that asked about the amount of customer service training that could occur per year with the allotment of the 70,000. You can go ahead.
Clarification, Senator?
Yeah, this was a request that was asked. Remember, I went back and asked the question, but...
No, the clarification for the personnel listing and other services listing. Since we already submitted it in the book when that is currently here, testimony, sorry.
You're right.
Do we still need to submit it
No.
again because it's
No.
it's the actuals?
You're correct.
Okay,
You're
thank
correct.
you.
Sorry about that. So we're going to take those two off. And you're clear on this customer service training and how, I guess it's how many trainings could occur with the, I guess it's how many people could be serviced. That's the question that the senator asked.
Okay.
If you need clarification, you can ask, I think this was Senator Javon James,
Yes.
and he's not here. Okay, so those, you will be getting a letter with the information. But please move forward with providing it because, like I said before, we want to wrap up our budget by the end of August. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
Thank you. Attorney Springett, I'm going to allow you a 30-second close, and then we'll go to Ms. Cindy Richardson for her 30-second close.
Thank you for the opportunity to testify before you today in support of our budget for fiscal year 2025. We urge this body to approve the recommended budget of $1,375,564. Thank you. Yes, 30 seconds.
OCB Director. I have something else to do. Ms. Richardson, you may proceed.
First of all, I'd like to thank my entire Division of Personnel team for all your work this fiscal year. I would like to thank this body for the opportunity to defend Division of Personnel's FY 2025 budget today. While long, our testimony reflected all of the work that we do outside of just processing NOPAs, while acknowledging our impact on all of the GVI agencies and its workforce. So thank you.
Thank you for your presentation today. I do agree with you that your presentation was very thorough and very insightful. So again, thank you for your presentation. And if we have any other follow-up questions, we will reach out to you. And that's for both yourself and the Office of Collective Bargaining. The Committee on Budget and Appropriations and Finance meeting of June 27, 2024 is hereby adjourned.